News headlines of the day from CMR.
Good morning, Sandy.
Hey, good morning, Blake and Aaron. How are you guys doing today?
Great. How are you?
Fantastic. Thank you. All right. So let's get right into it. Today is World Mental Health Day. So make sure that you take some time for yourself and your mental well-being. We've got special guests, Health City Cayman Islands, coming up. First segment of the show, talking a little bit about that. And there's also a symposium being held today as well in the Alex Panton Foundation is pivotal in making sure that they're hosting events that will benefit the community. So please check that out. If you'd like some more information on that, you can find that on our website. I'm sure Alex Panton has it registered or available on their website as well. So we've got a number of interesting sports news. So Caymanian, Mr. Thompson has won the American bodybuilding competition. Don't know if you saw this, but congratulations to Robert Thompson Jr. He was named the 84th Mr. America over the weekend.
Oh, wow.
Yes, pretty cool. Winning yet another major competition. And he is the first non-American to win the competition.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so Thompson started weightlifting back in 2015 to address his health and weight issues. And he started competing in 2018. And now he's at the top of his game as terms of competition and weightlifting goes. So congratulations to him. Reoffenders are among those who have been stealing items from vehicles. Go figure. Mm-hmm. So the police have shared that 4 individuals arrested in recent thefts have actually been arrested before. So one of the men arrested by police 3 times in the last 6 weeks.
Okay, so what's going to happen after the second time? Oh, wait, we're at the third time already.
Yeah, for theft-related matters. He's been formally charged in relation to 2 of these incidents. And, I guess this is now up to the courts because the courts would be the one who keep giving him bail. So we'll see. It's just unbelievable. Yeah, so the police have received over 100 reports of thefts from vehicles and thefts of vehicles so far this year. They say that they continue to respond and put proactive measures in place to try to disrupt and apprehend individuals linked to vehicular thefts. And they said that their efforts have led to the arrest of 7 persons, 4 of whom have now been charged. So we'll keep you updated. Let's see where that goes.
Yeah.
C3 company. This is Telecom Infinity Broadband Limited, C3.
Yep.
They are challenging Offreg's authority to collect license fees. Interesting. But Offreg has issued an enforcement notice against them that lists repeated failures of C3 to pay license fees, as well as failures to submit its audited financial reports. So they've issued them with this notice outlining the demands for payment of outstanding fees, including any interest accrued, and the proposed imposition of fines for the various breaches. So we're talking about a lot of money here, upwards of $500,000.
Wow.
So they might want to pay their fees and argue about it afterwards, but you got to pay the fees first. Right. So the good people in Bermuda are feeling the pinch of an electricity rate increase. And so some of them have taken to their streets on that island to protest. They've got one of the highest rates, if not, I think they might actually have the highest rate in the Caribbean for electricity. And so they're saying that, no more. They can't take any more increases, but we'll see.
I mean, we can't be far behind them in price.
You'd actually be surprised.
Oh, well, then that's really bad for them because it's
CUC is actually not at the top of the list. That's one of those things that people always get wrong. CUC might be like 4 or 5 in the region.
Still crazy.
Yeah. So anyway, those are some of your news headlines. Big shout out to the civil service. They have Cayman's first civil service recreational facility that was unveiled. And this is the Sister Islands community celebrating this momentous occasion on Friday, the 29th, as they opened up this facility, its doors there in Cayman Brac. So congratulations to them. Everyone was in hand, including the Department of District Administration and other government officials and civil servants and the general public.
All right.
So yeah, it's a civil service learning and recreational facility. So it's going to, help the civil servants to have a facility where they can go to and participate in different events and so on. Good for them.
All right.
Those are your news headlines this beautiful Tuesday morning.
Yes, well, enjoy it because it says there's going to be some thunderstorms today. So
Aw, we love thunderstorms.
it's all right. It was
Have a
actually a
good one.
little cool yesterday after a rain, so I enjoyed that. But
Yes.
all right, we'll see you
absolutely.
tomorrow. And you're heading over to Bobo, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay, take care.
Bye. You too.
All right, good morning, folks. How's everybody doing? I see you guys are slow to move this morning, so let's sit back and relax. We're going to grab some links to share with everyone, and you actually don't want to miss today's show. We've got quite a few interesting things coming up.
Bigger, better, bolder. The cold, hard truth is taking talk to the next level. Right here on Bobo 89.1 FM, Cayman's Community Radio. We are still spilling the tea and committed to being part of the change that Cayman so desperately needs. Join Sandy Hill weekdays from 7:30 a.m. for Premier Access, Cayman Voices, Truthful Thursdays, and much more. Cayman's #1 talk show is now bigger, better, bolder, and more than talk. Getting results with hot topics, consumer reports, court exposés, and more.
Come to set the record straight. I've come to shine the light on you. Let me introduce myself. I am the cold, hard truth.
Now, from the CMR studio in Grand Cayman, live, direct, it's the cold, hard truth. Now, join the conversation on 345-936-2626.
That number again is
345-936-2626.
Folks, good morning. Good morning. How's everybody doing? Happy Tuesday. You guys know what time it is. That means that it is Rundown Tuesday with Health City. Really important topic today as we all focus on mental health. This is such a good one because I feel like even after yesterday's program, World Mental Health Day, a lot of you would have been messaging me, sharing your concerns because, you recognize a lot of our young people actually struggling with some degree of mental health issues. So good morning to everyone. We've got to take time, folks, to not only see about our own mental health and wellness and put that first, but also to perhaps look around and see who else might actually be needing some assistance. People don't always ask for help in the traditional ways that, we might be used to, but there's no harm in you reaching out to them. And oftentimes we can see mental health issues exhibited in behavior. So that's why you've got to really, really pay attention, because folks, like any other illness, the sooner it's diagnosed and you get a proper diagnosis, and the sooner that, you can get the professional help that's needed, the better off you'll be. So we've got some experts here with us this beautiful Tuesday morning. Shamari Scott. Good morning, Shamari. How are you? You got to unmute yourself there for us.
Okay, I don't usually mute myself. Morning, Sandy. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I am awesome. Well, last week you caught me off guard by asking me for the update. So this week,
They must have won.
I am very happy to let you know we are now atop the AFC with a victory, and we are now 4-1 and marching towards the Super Bowl. So great things for the Dolphins.
Wow.
So
you guys are thinking about Super Bowl already?
That's right. 4-1. That's
All
the goal,
right.
and that's where we're going.
All right.
But
so that's
Sandy,
fantastic to hear. And we know that every single time the Dolphins win, that helps Shamari's mental health. So keep on winning.
100%. And just to mention, as you were saying, Sandy, October 10th. So today is actually World Mental Health Day. The topic is mental health is a universal right. And you were so correct in mentioning when it comes to the youth. For instance, the statistics are saying that 20% of the world's children have a mental health condition presently.
Wow.
And between 2007 and 2017, so a 10-year gap, there was actually a 13% rise in mental health conditions globally. That obviously was before the pandemic as well.
Yes.
So I'm sure even with the advent of the pandemic, those numbers probably would have gone up. And just to mention that suicide is the second leading cause of death for youth between the ages of 15 to 29, which was alarming when I started doing the research to understand, how important it is and where we're struggling across the world in regards to this great area. And that's why Dr. Dewarker, who is here with us, and you'll be bringing him in shortly, is in charge of our psychiatry division at Health City. And as you know, Sandy, it's all about the 360 and the entire body, right? So we not only deal with, your heart or your lung, we deal with the holistic body. And from a mental health perspective, there's been a lot of stigma over the years, and we have to dispel that as we move along to make sure people can get the assistance that they need. Dr. Dewarker, specializes in various areas, but he has mental health counseling. He specializes in family therapy, anxiety management, and also addiction. So there's a wide array of areas that Dr. Dewarker is a specialist within. And we look forward once again. I think Dr. Dewarker, if I can recall, when we first started having our series, would have been on already. And it would be great to have him coming on again to discuss mental health during World Mental Health Day.
Okay, all right. Well, let's go ahead and bring in Dr. Dewarker this morning. Good morning, Doc. How are you?
Good morning, Sandra, and good morning, Shamari.
Good morning.
I'm doing good. I'm doing good, and Shamari's quite right. This is not my first rodeo here on Sandra's show.
Oh, beautiful. You guys are becoming seasoned show experts now, so no worries. Well, this is such an important topic. As Shamari mentioned, October 10th, World Mental Health Day, and it's being celebrated obviously all over the world, and people right here in the Cayman Islands are doing their part. Health City Cayman Islands is on the show this morning, folks, to let you know about how you can take better care of yourself, and also about the services that they offer. So the theme for 2023 is that mental health is a universal human right. Dr. Dewarker, what does that mean when we say that mental health is a universal human right?
Well, all of us do have some exposure to human rights, or even if not human rights, then activism about it. That's how we learn about human rights these days. So basic human rights comprise of right to access to healthcare, right to access to health rights to human rights, or based on basic needs as a human being. Now, mental health has to be right up there because it's not very far from general health. The concept of general health applies to not just being sick, it applies to well being as well. And well being cannot happen without being mentally well, too.
Yeah. So, I mean, and I think also the fact that, when you say really that it's a universal human right, implying that everyone should have access to, just having mental health services available to them. And it's something that we have to be concerned about, regardless of what country you're in, regardless of your socioeconomic status in life. It is that fundamental. I think linking it with universal human rights really speaks to the idea or the concept that it's a fundamental right that everybody should enjoy equally.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
All right. So, folks, if you have any questions, we're going to go ahead and get into some substance of exactly what that means. Health City remains a mental health advocate at a number of different levels. This is not the first time, obviously, on the program that they have shared with us, discussion on mental health and wellness. But what exactly is mental health? So when we think about mental health, what should people be considering?
Mental health is comprising of all the things, starting right from when somebody's what we think, what we feel, and how we behave. That is a plethora of what can be understood as mental health. Feelings simply do not mean mental health completely, because feelings are controlled by what we think. And when we think something, we start feeling about it, and those feelings is actually what reflects in our behaviors. So it's never just the behaviors, because behaviors is the first thing that brings things into focus for anybody to seek help. Rarely so that feelings really people seek help for what they're feeling. And it's extremely uncommon for people to seek help when they're not thinking right. So it's a common phenomena where we often ignore what we are thinking. We focus on our behaviors, and then when the behavior is not as per expectations of one's own self or as per the rules of a society, only then it is counted as being mentally unhealthy or mentally ill.
Okay. So, we'll get into a little bit some of the causes of mental health issues and what people really need to look at. But I'm glad that you really, my apologies, that you've really mentioned that it starts with kind of what's in your head first, because before you even start to feel something, I guess you go through this process of processing ideas and thoughts in your head, and then you might, sort of develop some feelings about it. So coping capabilities we'll talk about, but life, I suppose, puts all of us under stress at different periods of our time, sometimes more than others. And I think people cope very, very differently with different types of stress as well. But, I'm just so pleased that we're having this discussion this morning, because I think that there's a lot of people when it comes to mental health that are really, really afraid of even discussing or approaching this topic. So we need to remove the stigma, I think, that is also associated with mental health concerns and issues as well.
Well, no doubt about it. Stigma is what drives these special days that we need to celebrate at least once in a year.
Yes. All right. We do have a caller this morning. Good morning, Colin. Welcome to the program. Hello, caller. Uh-oh. Can't hear you. All right. We're going to maybe invite that caller to call back. I'm not sure why we couldn't hear them, but phone lines are open. 936-2626 is the telephone number. Again, feel free to give us a call back to that caller. So good morning again to all of our guests and our listeners to the program. So when we talk about the importance of mental health, why are some of the reasons that we celebrate? I know you said it's really about awareness and bringing awareness, at least, sort of hyper focus on it one day out of the year. But, mental health, you don't just need it one day out of the year, you need it every single day. So let's talk about the increasing importance of acknowledging our mental health. I think the entire world, especially after COVID, more and more we're recognizing the impact of mental health awareness in all of our lives as well.
So the question was basically to understand the awareness part, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I think the common experience so far about mental illnesses has been that we kind of shun it from our awareness. We don't want to acknowledge it around us unless it makes us uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
We are pretty proud in bearing our own discomfort about our own suffering, but we do not want that if it's coming from someone else. So that leads to stigma, and that leads to discrimination. And that is why we need to be more aware, because what you're seeing in others is actually going to happen to you too if you're not going to give attention to that.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I see that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And also knowing that mental health, I mean, Shamari alluded to this, but there seems to be an increase worldwide. And more concerning is that younger people seem to be suffering from more mental health issues in particular. And I know that there were some shocking statistics. I know your stats go up to 2017, but there was actually some shocking stats that came out of the whole COVID pandemic and exactly what that was doing to our young people.
Yeah, so COVID has really opened the floodgates, probably. I mean, there was no access to any help. There was no access to any distractions. So not just the young ones, but even across the spectrum of ages, there was a pandemic of a mental health crisis too.
Mm-hmm.
And now that we are on the other side of a pandemic, one good thing that has come out of it is that people have grown out to be more aware of their mental health needs.
Mm-hmm.
Priorities have changed, if not for all, but for most. And I hope that we are on a journey that takes us to better places as a society because of this.
Mm-hmm. Very good. So just to throw out some, statistical information, about a third of adults and young people said that their mental health got worse since March of 2020. 58% of people receiving benefits said that their mental health was poor, and 88% of young people said that loneliness made their mental health, worse during the pandemic. So the World Health Organization has said that the pandemic has triggered a 25% increase in the prevalence of anxiety and depression worldwide. Now, Doc, that 25% seems like a significant increase. Have you in your practice also seen more people since the COVID pandemic?
Oh, of course. I mean, there's no doubt about it, how much pandemic has put pressure on the healthcare system, not just physical health, but mental health extremely. Here in Cayman, I mean, in my experience, since I was here since a long time before COVID and until now, I'm seeing people impacted by it. And things have never been the same after that. How people have seen themselves function and lose functioning, and they kind of struggle. They go through ups and downs through their mental health crisis. And it deals with the way that mental health illnesses are triggered in someone. The COVID acted as a trigger, but then people are realizing that trigger or not, there are things that live within us which continue to affect us. So I'm hopeful, is all I would say.
Yes. Okay. All right. So we're going to talk about, of course, solutions here on the program. So again, two of the most common mental health conditions are depression and anxiety, and it costs the global economy some $1 trillion each year. In 2022, the UN data states that nearly 1 billion people worldwide suffer from some form of mental disorder, including around 1 in 7 teenagers. I want to talk about as parents what we can do to ensure that we are paying attention to our teenagers and to help them navigate the really perilous world of mental health issues, and how we can, build them up as much as possible within our homes, but also get them the professional help, Doc, that's needed when they need it.
Yeah, so certain barriers to reach out to our younger population will always exist, and they've existed in the way and form we have described it as generation gap. if we take that out of consideration, there is another very important factor that's a kind of an exposure to current generation in terms of exposure to social media, exposure to information, which was not the part of the previous generation gaps that people used to describe when we were youngsters. Uh, that has added a lot of complications to this mix. Uh,
Mhm.
Children or youngsters, they find expression online rather than offline. And if things go awry on online platforms or somewhere that they're fighting with bullying, even on online platforms,
Mhm.
they still feel it as if they're reacting to it in the reality. And as people in our generation, as grown-ups or the older age group, we're not able to accommodate and understand why such a thing. We might even call it silly at times, um, but the emotion is quite true,
Mhm.
and how that influences their behavior and thinking is also true. So an understanding needs to be developed. A sensitization needs to happen between how we see our youngsters, instead of comparing our childhood with their childhood, which because it's very unfair on them. Uh, it's
Mhm.
it's it's a gap of so many years. Not just that, but it's a gap of so much of technological advances that have happened. And even as a generation, uh, there is uh, more general growth that's happening.
Mhm.
People are more connected today in their age group than in our age group. You might want to
Mhm.
think that we have also progressed as adults, and we are more in connection with other people. But that's happening many times in that age group. So the
Mhm.
amount of strangers that we talk to is nothing compared to what a youngster might be accessing on an online platform.
Mhm.
So there's a lot of pressure, perceived pressure on youngsters these days. And as parents, we need to sensitize ourselves towards that. Even though we do not understand it, we need to acknowledge it.
Mhm. Mhm. Very good. And going back to recent stats from the World Health Organization, this comes out of a scientific brief that was released earlier in March of last year. My apologies. And the brief highlighted a number of areas of significant concern. And they said that the information that we now have about the impact of COVID-19 and the world's mental health is just the tip of the iceberg. This is according to the WHO Director General, Dr. Tedros. And he says that this is a wake up call in all countries to pay attention to mental health and to do a better job of supporting their population's mental health. The good news is that some 90% of countries surveyed actually indicated that mental health was part of their post COVID response. And, they included mental health and social support for their COVID-19 in their COVID-19, my apologies, response plans, but still major gaps and concerns remain. So that's why today we are taking the opportunity to let you know what services are definitely available locally. So we have mental health disorders. What is defined, as mental health disorders?
So the criteria for calling something as a disorder is basic and very simple to understand. Uh, the strict and thick line is that if you lose functioning as an individual, as a member of society, as a member of a family, or as a member of a camaraderie, and you're aware of that dysfunction that's happening
Mhm,
because of how you think, because of how you feel, or because how you behave, then
mhm,
that would qualify as a disorder.
mhm. Okay. And then we have psychosocial disabilities. What exactly is that?
That's more of a it's hard to tell because it's that conundrum of whether the hand came first or the egg. Uh, we say that psychological factors which the society controls us through, or control would not be the best word to use here,
Mhm,
but the influence the society has on our psychological factors and how we as individuals shape a society. It's kind of
mhm,
back and forth which controls the situation. Now, if someone is suffering, these dynamics are not very different. The disabilities that come out as a consequence of suffering with a mental disorder, those psychological factors which society is pushing on us or influencing us, uh, they are also considerations for mental health conditions.
Okay, very good. All right. So, folks, again, phone lines open 936-2626. There's also mental states associated with significant distress, impairment in functioning, or risk of self-harm. So, of course, we are always concerned about the most extreme, which would be something like suicide. But people self-harm in other ways that don't necessarily result in their death, or maybe they're not even attempting to necessarily kill themselves. Can you talk a little bit about what else might be included in self-harming?
So the intention of self-harm is more important than the act in most of the cases. If somebody who is not caring enough for their health, like if they go on those binges of drinking or using recreational substances to just numb the emotional pain, that's also kind of self-harm. People who do not have the intention to die, but they're still harming themselves. Like, it's very common amongst youngsters to cut themselves superficially on the skin. The intention is not to permanently damage themselves, and even they're very protective about their scars. But that's a form of self-harm too. Self-harm would also be called self-harm if someone is not proactively doing something that helps them to be better. So that is also a kind of a self-harm. It's a spectrum on which different people are situated.
Right. Okay. All right. That one was quite interesting. Thank you for sharing that. All right. So some causes then related to mental health issues. We've got family history. So do we know for sure that most mental health, is it most or just some types of mental health disorders actually run in families? And what are some of the most common ones?
General understanding as of now today is that we are not sure.
Okay.
That how many of the mental illnesses, or if not all, then which ones are concretely controlled by family histories or genetics. But the consensus is that there is a complex interplay of nature and nurture.
Right.
So
and sometimes it's hard to decipher, right?
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
So because genetics is influenced by how one is nurtured across their lifespan, and some part of genetics is definitely not affected by where we grow up or in what environment we flourish, or in what the environment is a strong factor that controls many mental illnesses, most of the mental illnesses. In fact, I would say all of them. But very strong genetic predispositions exist for conditions such as schizophrenia, bipolar disorder. Sometimes there are certain genetic conditions which are linked with mental illnesses, especially of the young age group, related to chromosomal abnormalities. Then there are neurodevelopmental disorders that have a strong genetic component to them. Genetics is different from family history. That's important to differentiate. Some illnesses, they run in families, but some have a genetic basis. They don't run in families. So most of the mental illnesses are like that they don't necessarily run in families, but the vulnerabilities do run in families.
Right. Wow. So I'm sure when we're going to be talking about treatment here, you can't treat one individual who is, just one person in a family. Is it then the case of the recommendation that sometimes you're looking at the entire family needing professional help?
That's where awareness is so important. Not everyone is at the same point in their journey in life, mentally speaking, or their understanding of world. So resistance is quite obvious. Even in terms of physical health, sometimes people are not addressing their needs. So yeah, that is an important consideration, that we sensitize that member of the family at least, that if you see signs and symptoms in your family members, otherwise, you should at least give them that option.
All right. So biology. So we were talking about this, nature versus nurture. So there seems to be some evidence we know when they look at, for example, twin studies and people who don't even grow up in the same household, still sharing common, characteristics, including mental health issues, schizophrenia, and other things. So there does seem to be some, evidence, if you will, that there can definitely be a biological factor that plays in as well.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, the biological factors are not so simple to understand sometimes because they are influenced by the environment.
Right.
Like, for example, certain areas, geographic locations, predispose you to have certain biological changes or genetic changes happen to your genes, whereas those vulnerabilities don't exist in other cultures or geographical locations. So that interaction itself puts some more pressure on the person's propensity to get a mental illness. I hope I'm able to put that into perspective.
Yes, yes. A history of abuse. We also have childhood trauma, unresolved conflict, long-term stresses. I kind of feel like they can all sort of go together in a way.
True.
But how important is it? I was talking to we had a very interesting show yesterday where someone called in and admitted that they had received some counseling, but they really could benefit from additional counseling services. And someone commented a bit later on in the show about the childhood trauma that people go through. And we often talk about this here in the program that, we are a product of our environment. We're a product of what we're exposed to. And so a lot of us, we just do what we know. And what we know is what we're exposed to on a constant and day-to-day basis as children. So I see children growing up with, in the Caribbean, we probably don't often define it as trauma, but I'm trying to get people to think differently. So even when it comes to, corporal punishment and just the way that we treat children, like I'm appalled at adults who can't treat children in a gentler way. Like we yell at children, we scream at children, and that's our normal tone of voice. When we're dealing with children, we get very, very aggressive with children. Is that harmful? Because there are a lot of people who've argued me kind of into the ground and saying, no, there's no harm to using corporal punishment. So, we all grew up with our parents using a belt or a tamarind switch or whatever their weapon of choice might have been. And people say, but look at me, I'm perfectly fine.
Okay, those are weapons of mass destruction, actually. So, yeah, I think that you do instinctively know what is not good for a child, but we somehow overshadow that opinion that lies within us by our need to act in the moment. If we are standing as a parent and we need to discipline someone, the best example we have is from our own understanding and our own experiences. So quite rightly, our experiences have shaped our choices even now. Even though we lived those experiences in the past, we are trying to relive them today as well.
And is it better to, I know that there's different schools of thought on this, right? Oh, we've got a caller. Let's go ahead and grab this caller. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, Ms. Sandra. Is it open line?
No, sir. We actually have a guest in the studio on the line with us right now.
Yes. When will it be open line?
We have someone else scheduled at 8:45. And so I would say maybe closer to 9:30, 10 o'clock.
Yes. So you're taking people in the studio?
Yeah. Well, it's a virtual studio.
Okay. Understood.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you, my dear.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
There. All righty. Yes, Doc, I was saying, I know that there's different schools of thought about what therapy methods kind of work best, but do you just let sleeping dogs lie when it comes to mental health? Some people think dredging it up makes it worse. And then other people say, well, if you don't dredge it up and deal with it, how do you ever move past it? What's the more recent research really demonstrating and showing?
So the research is always pointing towards moderation. There is no research that would ever suggest that things need to be done in extreme on either end of it. Balancing is what we do not know as individuals. Most of us don't know. Some of us do know. I would like to believe that.
Yes.
So balancing is the art of parenting,
Uh-huh.
and it does not go without understanding your differences from your kids' differences.
Okay. So it's all a matter of balance. And I suppose also an assessment would be made by, you know, the professionals to determine how much of a deep dive you would want to take into someone's, you know, sort of history to determine whether or not that's going to be useful to them or not.
True, true. Because this is human interaction, there is nothing calculative or mathematical about it. How much emphasis is given to one aspect of one's needs, it varies sometimes. Even as therapists, this is coming from me, in my opinion, that even as therapists, sometimes we are not able to understand the gravity of one factor that's influencing that person more than the other factors. So, uh, talking back about the point where somebody said that they would do better with more therapy, it makes sense. If the previous therapist could not resolve or could not emphasize enough on some aspects which are still causing the problem to perpetuate, it would be a good idea.
Yes. All right. So we've got unresolved conflict, long-term stress, social issues, including poverty and debt. That one is interesting. And I think it speaks to, you know, as a community as a whole, political leaders, you know, pastors, other people in the community, they need to be concerned about the impact of social issues because it really can have a significant impact on your mental health and well-being as well.
Yes, so we were talking about psychosocial disabilities earlier. So these are kind of factors which are unseen but have huge impact, not just on causing a problem but also resolving it. Poverty, debt, relationships, the stress at work, that's part of social issues too, and loss of social relationships, avoidance of social relationships, all that impacts and even contributes.
Yes. Okay. All right. And then we have illness, which is one that, you know, I think a lot of times we don't really think about the impact of an illness, whether it's short term or long term. But this is definitely one of those sort of very, very specific events in a person's life. And it doesn't have to be your own illness. It can be that you're the caregiver and you're dealing with the illness of a child or a parent, another family member. That can also have a significant impact on the mental health of the caregivers as well as the individual who's suffering from the illness.
Yeah, that's true. Physical illnesses do also biologically contribute sometimes. Like certain viral infections increase the predispositions, the disabilities which happen because of the nature of an illness. Like, for example, there's a very strong correlation between having a heart disease, such as myocardial infarction, or what we call in general understanding as heart attack. It increases the chances of one to get depressed in the following months or years. So it's a strong and complex relationship that we have, not just because of the disability, physical disability in functioning as a member of society, but also as an individual biologically. It puts stress on the mind.
Very interesting. All right. So grief and losing a loved one.
Dare I say anything more about that? Because
yes,
there's none of us who's not been touched by grief and how that makes us feel.
Very good. All right. So let's talk now about some of the signs and symptoms that we might be able to identify in ourselves or people who are around us should be looking out for as well.
So in general, if we are focusing on our physical health, we are the first people to understand what we are feeling. If it's painful somewhere, we are the one to notice the pain first. It's not very true. It's actually not very different from that. If we are focusing on our minds, we do feel emotional pain, and we do not really acknowledge it or really don't want to put it on a priority. Those feelings is where you would notice the signs and symptoms of it. So feeling sad, unusually down, not able to enjoy things as you have in the past. Like if you would enjoy going for exercises and you are not enjoying it as much, or if you're don't feel like meeting your friends as you used to. Playing a sports is not attractive enough anymore. You're feeling worried and fearful about the consequences in future, even though that's far away in time. And you're not able to put that worry down despite of best efforts to stop worrying about things.
Mhm.
If there are changes in how you're eating, how you're sleeping, these changes in your mood, if you feel that you're swinging too hard, too quickly, and many a times a sign that's not noticeable to ourselves, but others around us quite easily notice it, is our reliance on drinking or smoking
Mhm.
to deal with the problem that has come acutely in our lives.
Mhm. Mhm. And there's so many things I think that can help people. One of the things that I more recently have discovered, there's a young person who her stress and anxiety was actually triggered by the loss of a loved one, but obviously there are underlying issues there, right? That go far back. So this is not someone who had a perfect stress-free life and then all of a sudden lost a loved one, and that singular event stressed them to the point of not being able to cope. It's really all these other events have had an impact, but they were never acknowledged as having a mental health impact. And so then this major event happens in real time. And, they're having issues coping and, having perhaps a situational depression that's going on. But I could see that when I was talking to this young lady, and of course, I'm no professional. I always tell people go to the professionals, but even just making some cursory observations, I could see that this person engaged in nervous behavior. So whether it's like nail biting or fidgeting or smoking or picking of faces, and there's a lot of behaviors that people engage in that other people, if you're a little bit observant, could really pick up on that this person is anxious about something. And once you start to talk to them, you might pick up on what some of the causes of the anxiety might be. So in this instance, the young lady had some issues being bullied, as a child in school. And I don't think that she's ever quite gotten over that. And we found that, she has an artistic ability, but even offering things like coloring therapy. And I know a lot of people, maybe a lot of our listeners may not know anything about this, but there's some amazing, every time I go to the States, I pick up an adult coloring book, but it really helps to settle your mind. It's not exactly the same thing that kids do. It's much more intricate and detailed, but it can really help you to sort of focus your energy and put you in a very different mindset when you're like hyper focused on actually coloring. So anything that helps, whether it's writing in a journal, coloring, doing crossword puzzles. There's a lot of perhaps simple things that you can do to improve the daily, quality of your life, really. But of course, speaking to professionals who can give you some tools that you can utilize would be helpful as well. So some of the signs and symptoms, doctor, that we're talking about, so significant fatigue or low energy, problem sleeping, detachment from reality delusion. So what sort of examples can you give us about that? That sounds like that might be quite an extreme situation.
Well, a common delusion that all I have come across more in my career so far is paranoia, where people are thinking that someone's trying to get their job or trying to get their money or trying to come at their health and well-being. That's a very common one. Then there is this another kind of a delusion where people have this grandiosity in their thinking, that we are. I mean, that's a pathological state if it's reaching that point, which is influencing their behavior. Like a lot of times, people go on these shopping spree because they think that they can spend and earn limitless, or if they think that they're so powerful that they can lift more than they can bite more than they can chew. So that is one other kind of delusion. Then there are several other kinds of delusion which people can harbor, which can be classified as pathological, related to suspiciousness about their relationships, their partners, their faithfulness, ever so rarely, sometimes people have delusions about love. That somebody who's of a higher social status is in love with them.
Mm-hmm.
Um, those were the ones that I could think from the top of my head right now.
Yes. Okay. Very interesting. And then, of course, abuse of any sort of alcohol or drug. Could we include food in there as well? Like, I mean, do people use food as a coping mechanism?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's true. People use it not just as a coping mechanism, but also in their own perception, a treatment for their mental problems.
Mm.
It is not just the access of having it, but it is also the restriction of having food that also acts as a coping mechanism for many.
Right. Interesting. Okay. And then excessive anger, hostility, or violence, and suicidal thinking. So even just being angry, which again, we see a lot of here with our young people exhibiting behaviors in school, fighting with each other, that could be a cause of concern, the hostility and violence, and perhaps parents need to pay a little bit more attention about what the contributing factors are to that type of situation.
True, Sandra. It's important to make this point very clear that we can't pick these signs and symptoms from this list and think of, oh, I got a problem or that person
Right.
has a problem. This needs to be put in the context of what they have been in their past before we start noticing this about them.
Okay.
So if someone has always had a personality where they're quick to temper, it's a personality. Something can be done about it, but it doesn't really necessarily mean that it's a sign of a severe mental illness compared to someone else who's very pleasant and suddenly they have started showing aggression. So I thought that I'd point that out.
Very good. All right. So we do have Kimberly, who says that traffic, quality of life, cost of living are many stresses that Caymanians face every single day.
Yeah, that's kind of a political issue at this point, but it's a relevant point.
Yes. All right. Miss Dean says, tell me about it, Sandy. I can relate. I'm a caregiver to 2 mental illness patients, and it's not easy. Thank God for platforms on Facebook, especially CMR, and my beloved hosts and schoolmates. Plus, I choose the humor side of life currently. This is interesting when we talk about, even coping mechanisms, Doc, because everybody needs some way of coping with the things that they're going through. I saw, and one of the reasons why we actually started this morning show on a daily basis, because we had like an evening show initially, twice a week, was that I identified very, very quickly that people just needed somebody. I mean, I needed somebody. We all needed somebody during COVID to kind of like have this connection with and talk with. And it was also a great way to disseminate information. I think we just lost the doc there, but I'm sure he'll jump back in. But, folks, it was a good way to disseminate information for us to work through all of the different, COVID press briefings and everything that we were getting. But more importantly, we were like there for each other. So I found a lot of mornings, yes, we'd go through the briefing from the day before and we'd try to dissect it and understand what was going on. But as Ms. Dean rightfully pointed out, it was really a question of, or a matter of us going, you know what? Let's just have a good day. Let's just talk about it. Let's just make fun. Let's, look at world events that's happening. So the ability to have a platform, and this is just technology offering us this, where you could literally be anywhere in the world. So Ms. Dean can be in the US, and we've got people in Jamaica and Canada and all over the place. And we can all come together and have this community of, friends and comrades and, exchange ideas and just share your feelings and knowing that someone is here and that you can be acknowledged as a person, even in the middle of a pandemic. Ms. Dean and others, I think, was just, absolutely amazing. So we do have some questions coming in on what's up. So one person says, can you ask the doctor about any link between sex and porn addiction and mental health? So I'm assuming it's probably like any other addiction. If you're addicted to porn or addicted to sex, there could be some deeper issues there.
Well, clearly, if the word addiction is there in that, it's a problem. which means that you have lost control of it. And losing control is never good.
Yes. And do you have people who are able to treat? I mean, do you treat a sex addiction the same as you do a food addiction or drug addiction, or the underlying therapies available and modalities used pretty much the same?
I believe that addictions of this nature, which are not chemical addictions, they require more specialized care. They require
Right.
more a focused approach, which would be very hard to give with a generalist like myself. I would call myself a general mental health expert. So, yeah, help is available if you're looking for it. I can give some pointers.
Yes. Okay. Very good. All right. We've got another person asking. They said, "Good morning, Sandy. Please ask if hoarding is something of concern."
Yeah, so there is a diagnosable illness called hoarding disorder, and it's easy to find ones known to be suffering with it. This problem of hoarding is clearly linked to a mental illness where one is obsessed. Having obsessive tendencies leads to hoarding. The nature of hoarding is such that you would collect it thinking that you would need it, even though at the back of your mind you know you don't need it. It's quite common because it doesn't really reflect to anybody else. It's not visible too much. So many of us suffer with it in silence. It only comes to surface when an outsider gets a peek into our houses or our collection. That's when it's embarrassing.
Yeah. And, I've seen a few of these shows, Hoarders, where, again, it's sometimes difficult for the person who has the problem to acknowledge and see that there is a problem. So, they're stepping over mounds of clothes and garbage and everything. And they're like, well, I'm not getting rid of this. I don't see what the issue is. And then somebody else comes in and says, oh, this isn't normal. And I hate to use that term normal, but, they'll say that, clearly there's an issue here. And then you see kind of an aha moment sometimes where the person recognizes that there's definitely a problem.
That's true. That's true. Doesn't hurt to try.
Yes.
Trying is our superpower.
Absolutely. So good morning to Rough Seas. Miss Dean says, right now, Sandy, my mom is lying on my shoulder and my brother's in his bedroom next to me whilst I'm listening to you. Oh, bless your little heart, Miss Dean. So Rough Seas says, I might be because of all the fake and high sugary foods that they're selling us with no remorse. The meats in fast food places and lab grown. You can't even something Burger King, Wendy's, KFC's, or Popeyes, they feed that you give these chicken and cows. So Rough Seas making a point about the quality of our diet and the things that we're eating potentially having an impact on our mental health as well.
Yeah, until some time ago, opinions such as these would be called conspiracy theories, but now research is backing it up. That there's a strong link between how mental illnesses and what we are eating are connected. The inflammation that our bodies go through because of the food that we are consuming, it may not be very apparent, but latently it does cause this inflammation to continue and spread to different parts of the body, including brain. And a lot of depression is hypothesized to be driven by inflammations. Inflammations caused by what we're eating or inflammations caused by illnesses. But the core of what Mr. Rafsis was saying, I do agree with it strongly, that we are not focusing enough. Even if we have started to focus and celebrate a mental health day, we should be celebrating other such things about other such issues which influence us, including food.
And in terms of, diet, just again, acknowledging that point, mental health organization, Mental Health Foundation out of the UK, has also shared that although the relationship between diet and mental health is very, very complex, research does show a link between what we eat and how we feel. So lots of tips around that. I'll share that link in the comment section for those of you who are interested. Seems like most things, it's really all about moderation. Eating the right balance of fats, because fat is important for brain health as well. Focusing on whole grains, a lot of things that I think we already know. Being aware of how certain types of things like caffeine can actually impact your moods and stuff as well. So very good. All right, so let's talk a little bit then about breaking the stigma around mental health?
Okay, so stigma is something that we struggle with, and more strongly in mental health perspective. One good example I've got is from my own fraternity, that if I go and stand in a group of people, they kind of become quieter. Now, I don't know whether I should be strongly calling it out, but it's a kind of a indirect stigma that people have about people dealing with mental illnesses. I can only imagine how much that influences people who suffer with mental illnesses. Uh, People find it very hard to speak out about their mental suffering, which prolongs the suffering even more. They go through discrimination if someone comes to know about their mental suffering. It's seen as some sort of a weakness, or at least that's how it is perceived by the sufferer. That people are looking at me as something different from how they used to see earlier. So people need to be more protective because of this attitude we as society have developed or grown into. Educating people is so important about it. The top-down approach, as we talk about WHO declaring it as a big thing, or governments do come out with these kind of statements sometimes that mental health is so important. It's kind of a top-down thing, but it won't work until it's meeting somewhere in the middle, from down below up. People as individuals have to become open about it. They need to be sensitized. They need to be informed. They need to be educated. It's very important to understand that we are in some sort of a hurry to make an understanding of issues we do not have enough information about. And that hurry often creates more complications. We make worse understandings of an issue that we could not understand properly. And then we are very proud to have those understandings stick. A lot of issues could be resolved if we find some flexibility in changing our opinions with time and information.
Just a quick question as well. Is it the case that the pendulum can swing too far in the other direction, where everyone, it's more of like a question about cuddling, right? So are we making people less resilient because, we're saying, listen, everybody has, I don't want to say everybody, but, a lot of people have mental health issues, and almost making people feel like they don't necessarily have to take any responsibility for that. And I think that our children are being raised to not understand that actions have consequences, and then they can just blame it on, oh, I'm depressed, or I have mental health issues, or I'm anxious. Like, I know people who won't go to work, and when I talk to them about, why every month they're seeking help in the community, like, okay, let's get to the core of the issue. Why can't your otherwise healthy looking 30-year-old son get up and go to work? And the first thing they say, oh, he has anxiety. And it's like, okay. I mean, 10, 15 years ago, you had anxiety, you better still get up and go to work and be able to pay the bills. Is there any concern from the professionals such as yourself that the average person, in the desire to break the stigma and to normalize mental health, that maybe we're going to swing too far in the opposite direction?
As a concept, I agree with you that it is possible that some people take advantage of these issues, but I would like to believe that subset is really smaller. The approach that we in general have to take is going to help more people than not. So if there are few people who seem like they're taking advantage of it, or it's kind of crutch for them to rely on and not take initiatives or not be better, then it's going to be called out in due course of time. But the first reaction should not be that in any case.
Okay, very good. All right, again, folks, last chance coming up here to take your to ask your questions directly if you'd like. So mental health, mental wellness, this now are some of the things that we can do to really help ourselves to be in a better spot. So we've got everything from yoga, meditation, taking some me time, journaling. I was talking about that a little bit earlier. Listening to relaxing music, focusing on positivity, frequent exercise, and eating a balanced diet.
I think those are very self-explanatory things, and instinctively, most of us know that it's something, if we have ever tried, it has not had any bad effect at all, firstly, and if anything comes out of it, it's a bonus.
Mhm. Mhm.
And most important to point out that it's about wellness. It's not that you're trying to treat an illness by journaling. It's about staying well.
Right. Okay, absolutely wonderful. Yes, and I feel better when I do all of those things. So highly, highly recommended. Also staying hydrated, going for a walk in nature, because we know that walking in high traffic city areas, which that tends to stress you out more actually, because you're concerned about maybe getting ran over by car and a taxi in New York City or whatever. So find a nature environment, something that's calming and relaxing. Getting adequate sleep, setting healthy boundaries, which I think is a big, big one, especially when it comes if you grew up in dysfunctional families. A lot of family members expect you to continue your entire life, your entire adult life in the dysfunctionality. And when you say, no, I'm not going to do that, and that sometimes could mean ending familial relationships, whether it's sisters, mothers, brothers, whatever, they're not always happy with that. So I know that a lot of people put some undue pressure on you to, oh, well, that's your mom. And it's like, yes, but I don't have to maintain a close relationship with that person. I can acknowledge them, respect them, but also set boundaries that are healthy for myself, right? Speaking with someone that you trust about the issues that you're dealing with, and of course, seeking professional help. So let's then talk about, Dr. and Shamari, the professional help options that are available at Health City Cayman Islands.
No, definitely. Sorry, I was on mute. But as you see, we have Dr. Dwarker here with us, who's in charge of the psychiatry division. So you can always call us at 640-4040 or email us at info@healthcity.ky. And now with our new website, you can also go online, see Dr. Dwarker, actually try and get an appointment online if needed. But if that isn't your comfort level, you can still call us or email us, and we'll make sure to get you in to see Dr. Dwarker if that's who you think you may need to see. And as Dr. Dwarker also said, regardless of the area, if he can't deal with it, then we have a referral pattern that will be able to get you the help that's needed. So definitely based on all of the statistics, if you are struggling, if you're not able to function as best as possible and you think there may be some help that's needed, definitely reach out to us. And Sandy, just because we're at the back end of the show, just want to remind people that for the month of October, separate from mental health, you can get your mammogram, US $150. The appointments have to be you have to take advantage of the promotion in October, but you can actually schedule it up until November 17th, so mid-November. And these mammograms are currently done at East End. So $150 for your mammogram, just because of obviously breast awareness, breast cancer awareness month as well. Want to make sure that people are able to gain access as best as possible. Okay, wonderful. All right. So thank you, Dr. Diwakar. Shamari Scott from Health City, Cayman Islands again. Mental Health Awareness Day. Please go out there, folks, and do something good for your mental health today. Someone said, I had to chuckle. Damien said, I noticed that listening to CMR 5 days a week is not on the list. Well, depending on where you are in your journey, it may help or not. I'm not too sure. Cameron had a good chuckle at that. Says, I was about to say something similar. You're quick on the draw. We have some laughing moments here, folks. So I hope that it helps. And we have a question for you, Shamari. Leroy wants to know what you have in your drink this morning, if it's apple cider vinegar. We saw you chugging something earlier.
Apple cider vinegar is in the water bottle right here.
See, I knew it. I saw the coloration. I knew it.
Right. And then, but this is good black coffee.
That's coffee. All right.
Yeah,
so
that's good black coffee.
We've got our cheers to the apple cider vinegar. I'm drinking something that's healthy for us, folks. So, someone mentioned, taking a puff of marijuana, whatever. Listen, anything that's going to harm you, including your lungs and cancer links, whatever, we wouldn't encourage any of that, because at some point that's going to add stress to your life when you have to deal with those types of illnesses and situation. So remember that we want to focus on positive things that have a positive impact on our body. and our mental health and well-being as well. So go for a walk. You'd be surprised. Like, I'm being forced now to walk Zeus 50 million times a day, but you'd really be surprised the things that you benefit from, even from just a brief, 5-10 minute walk. It's just absolutely amazing. The brain starts to see nature differently, and you start to listen to the birds chirping and so many absolutely amazing things. So I would encourage you to do those things, because you've got lots of amazing and wonderful options available to you. You don't have to do anything that's going to harm your body in any way, shape, or form. All right, Doc, thank you so much. Thank you to Shamara. You guys have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Sandy.
All right, folks. Really, really appreciate them coming on the program. Mental health, big shout out to all of the agencies and organizations that do a phenomenal job in this regard. Big shout out to Premier Panton and his wife for setting up the Alex Panton Foundation, which has been a lifesaver for a lot of Cayman's youths. And I know that that is a continuing fight and journey that they are extremely committed to after having lost one of their sons during a mental health episode. So let's go ahead and take a quick commercial break. We're going to have a guest coming on the show here in just a second, who's demanding that her sister comes back to Honduras. She says she's had enough. Stay tuned, folks.
Vehicles are not only unsightly, they also lower the quality of life in our neighborhoods and pose serious public health and safety risk. To report a derelict vehicle, please call the Department of Environmental Health on 949-6696.
Be a part of the solution, not the pollution. Littering is a crime punishable by a $500 fine or 6 months in prison. Brought to you by the Beautification Task Force and Ministry of Tourism and Ports.
Ocean Ridge Heights offers an amazing opportunity to own a piece of land in idyllic Cayman Brac, right on the bluff, starting from $80,000. Located in a quiet residential area with high elevation, these lots are ideal for a future home or investment property and are sure to go fast. Cayman Brac offers a laid-back lifestyle, amazing pristine diving, limestone caves, diverse flora, along with amazing wildlife. Inquire about the owner financing options so that you can secure your piece of paradise today. With only a few lots remaining, these are sure to go before you know it. Contact Crichton Properties today on 345-949-5250 or info@crichtonproperties.com.
Welcome back to the program. So we got a guest who's going to be joining us here in just a second, and she's going to explain what she says is going on within her own family. Essentially, they've got a family member who is living in the Cayman Islands, and they are essentially demanding that that family member comes back. So, it's quite an interesting request, quite an interesting conversation that we're going to have with her this morning. So let me just go ahead and let her know that we're ready. Give me one quick second here, that we are ready for her. And then I also want to address this lady, Toria. She has responded. She's the, I don't even want to call her a lady, but she is the young woman who assaulted the man on the beach. And she claims that she has a reason for why she assaulted him. Yeah, I ain't buying it. I ain't buying what she's selling, but she's trying to sell it really, really hard. So I'm going to address her. I feel like I need to address her in two segments, on air and then after at 10:30, that I need to address her in the way in which she recorded this video. I'm going to think about it, because I don't even know if I got the energy for Toria today, but she's ridiculous, folks. Not fooling anybody. All right, so let's give our first guest an opportunity to jump on. 936-2626 is the telephone number. If you have any questions for a guest, you're obviously more than free to call into the program. So let's just make sure that, okay, just waiting on her. All right. Let me see here. Yes, okay. All right. So this person, we're going to talk about the school buses this morning after the accident yesterday. We do want to spend some time discussing that as well. What a hot mess, folks. I tell you what. Y'all need to do better with the driving on our streets. But anyway, we'll certainly get to that. All right. So we're just waiting on our guests. In the meantime, folks, if you've been living in a hole, that means that you would not know that there's a war that's now happening after the Hamas group targeted Israel over the weekend, killing, oh my God, what is the death toll now? They attacked Israeli people at a concert and others. They murdered innocent civilians and other groups. And it's just really, really shocking. But I can tell you one thing, Israel was taken aback by the surprise attack, which, Israel is supposed to have one of the best intelligence units in the world and security, but it goes to show you that no matter how good your security is, these rogue groups can certainly attack you and you don't even know what's going on. So I think it was over 700 people that have died. Now the death toll has gone to over 1,000. But the Israeli response, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been very, very clear that their violence will be met with even more violence. And he has told his people to, get out now. This was word coming out yesterday. He was telling the Israeli people to get out because they were basically going to bomb Hamas off the map. They're going to take the Gaza Strip, and there will be nobody standing when they're done. So it's been a shocking situation, without a doubt. And I know that here in Cayman, we tend to ignore a lot of these world events that are happening, although they do have a trickle-down effect on us. And it's just sad, that anybody would target civilians first and foremost. Some civilians have been kidnapped. I understand that a few of them have been released and others have actually been murdered. And the Israeli government, again, their response is that they're going to avenge their people. And so I think, I forget how many, they actually targeted the Hamas people or group, whatever they call themselves, actually targeted people at this supernova festival that they had. And then if you saw the footage of people who were in their cars, just taken down, like, oh my God, it's horrific. Just hard to see. And the media was showing, again, some of those images. But the backlash has been quite interesting. The U.S. has already sent a warship off of the coast of Israel to assist them, I guess, in any way that they can. I think the response, will be interesting because we have Iran and other countries now praising what Hamas has done across the Middle East. So, it's unbelievable. So, the Israeli government has said that they're going to retaliate, and they have told their people to get out of anybody who lives in that area, which is a disputed land area that's highly populated. They've told their people to get out because literally they have said they're going to bomb and kill anybody in that area that's left. So if their own people haven't gone, then, it's going to be unfortunate for you. But it's just shocking. It's absolutely shocking. We'll see if we can get someone. Of course, this is a short week for me because I'm going away on Thursday. But we'll see if we can get someone on the show to kind of talk about this, to put this in context, to understand what's happening. But I'm looking at the Independent right now, and they're showing some of what's happening, and missiles all over the place. I think when Hamas attacked Israel over the weekend, they used several thousand missiles to actually take on the job as well. And so, that was, of course, very, very deadly and devastating. Some of the survivors have talked about having to dodge bullets as they frantically drove off road during trying to escape the violence. There are people actually hiding in the bushes close to the festival, and they were recording it. Like they had the recording of them talking to each other, and they're like, oh my God, they're just trying to like lie low and hide out in the bushes so that, you know, these Hamas killers don't come after them. It's just been absolutely shocking. I mean, the video footage and the carnage is just so disturbing to watch. Like, I've actually been limited for my own mental health. I've actually been limiting exactly what I've been taking in, but it's pretty hard to watch. All right, so good morning to Venice. Says, I hope America is watching. With 25,000 they know entered America in these past 3 years. 25,000 what? So Damien says Iran and Cuba has the best intel in the world. Well, I mean, if you believe what they say, then okay. 900 plus Israeli casualties as of the latest count, says Jonathan. Leroy says, I stand with Israel, and he actually has up the flag as his little emoji as well. Damien says the U.S. just unfroze $6 billion from a South Korean bank account, also for 10 prisoners, 5 on each side. 1 month later, Biden admin also sent $1 billion last year to upgrade the Iron Dome defense system. So they're trying to free some American prisoners from where? In South Korea. Rough Seas says, this is the beginning of the end. World War III is just around the corner. Well, I really, really hope that they keep it as isolated as possible. I know this sounds crazy, but like I said, you know, I can't, listen, I don't know that I can blame Israel, the Israeli government, for their response. You know, the New Yorker has a title up from yesterday. It says, Israel decimate Hamas, but can it win this war? And so this is a very interesting question. I mean, you're going to erase people off the face of the map potentially, but I don't know. It's just a crazy situation. It's not one that I'm going to admit that I really have a full understanding of why these people are fighting over land. Oh my God, it's just unbelievable. You know, everybody wants to claim that it's a holy land to them. So, you know, we'll keep an eye on it, and we'll see exactly what happens, folks. But yeah, the Israeli government, no, not a word of lie. They're like, listen, I was trying to find the message because I thought I had screenshot it. But basically, they have said to all Israeli, let me see if I sent it to myself on WhatsApp. They basically said to all Israeli, this poor mother was pleading for her daughter to be safely returned. I think, unfortunately, that particular young lady was not. She was later found killed. They have released some, but a lot of others were killed. But anyway, all right, let's go on to our guest. She's patiently waiting for us, and we'll pray for peace. I mean, that's all I can say. All right, caller, good morning. Sorry, ma'am. Good morning and welcome. We do have a caller. Give me one quick second. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program. Morning, dear.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, morning.
Could you hear me?
Morning. Oh, 1 second for me. Yes, sir.
Yes, it seems like you have another caller.
Yeah, you can go ahead if you have a comment or question. We actually have a guest in the studio, so she's going to be here for a little while.
Oh, okay. No, I'm just responding to the Israel Palestinian situation.
Yes.
And Sandy, if you recall, this has been a conflict from 1947.
Oh my gosh, far too long.
Yeah, when the Israelis had stolen land from the Palestinians, and the United Nations has continually done nothing about it. Now, this has been going on for decades, right? We have had just about every day on a daily basis, we have had or heard, because I listen to Al Jazeera, which is actually on your radio program. We have daily shootings of Palestinians by Israelis. You remember last year, you had one of the very prolific journalists that was assassinated by Israeli soldiers. Nothing came out of it because the United States is also backing Israel. So So the bully in the Middle East is Israel, because if you can remember, I think it was like about 10 years ago, 15 years ago, the Israelis, they actually took bulldozers and they went and they bulldozed down all of the houses of the Palestinian people. People had to run for their lives. But this has been an ongoing thing for decades. And really, that would not be someplace I would even want to live or visit. And people who live there are in constant, and their life is in danger. So I guess you got these two fighting factions, which is Hamas and Hezbollah, right? And they are always, at war. So, and at war with the Israelis. So it has escalated now to this point where the Palestinian people right now, from what I can understand, they have no electricity. They are cut off from water. They cannot get food. So, and Israel is actually dominant force. Right?
I think the issue for me, caller, is, listen, historically, I mean, two rights don't make a wrong. And I think we can go back and forth and put blame. And Israel has lots of blame that they need to admit to. But, having said all of that, an unprovoked attack against civilians at a music festival, I couldn't think of anything more horrific. If you're gonna fight a country, I mean, I think there should be rules of engagement, and you don't go after innocent civilians. You don't kidnap people. I mean, I think that the response, which happened over the weekend to what are we talking about? How many decades worth of back and forth? I don't know. I mean, what are you going to expect? You go in and you attack people.
That is just retaliation.
Well, now the Israelis are going to retaliate, and everybody's going to be without an eye. This is, and I don't know what the military capabilities are of Hamas versus Israel, but I'm probably going to put my money in Israel in terms of.
Hamas does not stand a chance.
Exactly. So now they're going to wipe. Listen, the Israeli government has said this is their 9/11. Right? The world is saying this is their 9/11, and they will wipe every single person off the planet of the earth. And I'm just like, this is horrible. It's horrible for the Palestinians. It's horrible for the innocent Israeli civilians. And I can't believe that there's not been a way to broker peace between these nations. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
Well, this is the same thing you're talking about, Sandy. This is what bullying is all about.
Yeah.
This is what bullying is all about, and this is what it comes down to.
Yeah. Anyway, my dear, unfortunately, these are bigger problems than us, but
that is true. That is true.
We can only pray and hope that they get it sorted out.
Right. You continue to have a good day.
All right, my dear.
Honestly,
Thank you.
You are doing a fantastic job. Keep it up.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Right.
Yes, thank you. So yeah, my gosh, it breaks my heart. And yeah, I'm not picking sides here. Do not mistaken my comments. I'm not in Israel side. I'm not in the Palestinian side. I just wish that both of them could just get it together and find a way to have some sort of a peace accord that could be lasting peace for their people, because the civilians could probably care less. They just want to live in peace and not be, attacked by militant groups or other countries' militaries. So thank you, Ms. Tracy. Good morning. We have Tracy who's joining us online, and she wants to explain to us what's going on. So Tracy, you contacted us here last week to say that you had some concerns. So just share with our listeners exactly what your concerns are.
Okay, we're concerned about my sister. We've been trying to get onto her for the past months.
Tell us where you're from. Sorry, Tracy.
I am from Roatan. I'm from Honduras.
Yes.
I am from Roatan. We've been trying to contact my sister for the past months. She has 2 kids here in Roatan, and she abandoned them. We're trying to get onto her because her oldest son has to do an operation, and they cannot do the operation until she signs. So we're trying to get onto her so she can come to her kids to deal with her kids. But we've been calling her, texting her. She's not answering. Sometimes she declined the call. So we just want everyone to know, if they see her, can anyone get onto her? Let her know to please come to her kids.
So tell us a little bit about your sister then. How long has she lived and worked in the Cayman Islands?
She's been there. She's going to complete 3 years in August. Right now that I know, she's working at Burger King in West Bay of Cayman Island.
Okay, so she's
yeah. So we've been trying. Yeah, she's employed. She's working at Burger King in West Bay.
Okay.
So we've been trying to get in contact with her, and she's not answering. She's not returning the calls. My father told me that he was giving her until tomorrow to get in contact with him, but she's not calling or saying anything about her kids. We just want her to come home to her kids and be with her kids.
Okay. So have you had any indication before? I mean, has she been helping all of this time, and then this is something that has happened recently, or what's going on?
The kids are staying with my father. When she first went, she started to send money for them, and all of a sudden she disappeared. We don't know anything about her.
So how long have you not really heard from her?
Well, honestly, my crowd, because the kids are not with me, they're with my father. The last time they heard from her was in March.
In March?
March.
Wow. Oh my gosh. So
Yeah.
that's quite a number of months now that we're talking about.
Yes, and it's very sad to see that we had to go through this, but we don't have any other choice. We're trying to get on to her. We're calling her, texting her. She's not replying the message, and this is the only way that we can get on to her.
Wow. Oh my gosh. So give us your sister's name, and we do have a picture that we're going to put up here, but what is her name?
Her name is Lisa Marcia Bawden Pennis.
Okay. And does she have any other family members here that she might be staying with? I mean,
honestly, because I really don't know who she's staying with, because we're not in contact with her. All we know that she's in the Cayman Island. I had a friend that sent me pictures and video with her, but she's not responding to us. So we can't tell you where she's staying exactly. But I know that she's working at Burger King in West Bay. Yeah, that's her. That's Lisa. If anyone see her, they can try to get on to her and let her know that she needs to come home to her kids, because she abandoned her kids.
Oh my goodness. What a situation.
It's really sad to know that we had to go through this situation, but we don't have any other choice. We tried calling her. We tried texting her. She's not even responding.
So, I mean, are you concerned that maybe something has happened to her? Like, I mean,
No,
I guess
I'm not concerned. I'm not actually concerned, because one of my friends sent me a picture of her Saturday, so we know that she's alive. We know she's okay. She's just not calling or concerned about her kids. We just want her to come home for her kids. It's not fair that she's up there working, doesn't even call to see if her kids are okay, if they're eating. It's not fair. She needs to come home and deal with her kids.
Okay, I'm trying to see if we can get confirmation, you know, to see if she's actually working at Burger King. So of course, people do change jobs and stuff like that. But
True, because last Saturday, they sent me a picture of her. She was in her uniform. So last I know, Saturday, she was working.
Oh, okay. I see. So you have more recent evidence that she is working.
She is working. She just don't want her kids. It's sad to say, because how can you be in Cayman Island almost 3 years and don't even come home to your kids? You call her, she doesn't even answer. You text her, she don't reply. Her oldest son has to do an operation, and they can't do the operation until she signs, because she's not here. So we just want her to come home to her kids.
You think we could maybe try giving her a call?
Well, it's up to you. She's not going to answer. You can try calling her on a different number. She's not going to answer. That's just
send me on the WhatsApp her number, and let's see if she'll answer. So just respond on the WhatsApp, and let's see if we can get her that way.
Okay.
So again, we have a concerned
Okay,
sister
hold
who's
on a second.
looking for Lisa Marcia
Hello?
Barden. Yes,
Where's I can hear you, but I can't see you. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Hold on
okay.
a sec.
Yeah, it's okay. So yeah, so Lisa,
Hold on. Okay.
if anybody knows Lisa, please let her know that her family, well, they said that they're not really worried about her. They don't feel like she's in any danger. They just need her to try to take her parenting responsibility a little bit more serious and reach out regarding, her children. So they said this is a last resort. They're upset that they even have to do this, but unfortunately, she's been ignoring them since March. My gosh, what a hot mess. That's quite a long time.
Lisa.
So Selvin says, seems like they're most concerned with the sister in Cayman is that she stopped sending money. Well, yes, Selvin, because they're actually taking care of her child. So, I mean, let's be very clear here. Her sister has just said, I'm not worried about her mental health or well-being or whatever, because she seems to be fine. She's working, she's living her best life. But what they are concerned about is the fact that she has taken, she has left her children with her elderly father, and my goodness, and then basically abandoned the children. So Selvin, as a mother, she has a responsibility, and I'm sure when she left Honduras or Roatan, she left with the understanding that she would be sending money back to help raise children. It's not free to raise children, and you have grandparents and aunts and uncles and other people to also who sacrifice and make a sacrifice to help you, because you say, okay, I'm going to go and get a better job, I'm going to have access to money. And so there is a expressed understanding and expectation that you will actually support your children. And the sister's going to come back on here in just a second. Let me see here. I'll ask her a few more questions. Oh, yeah. What a mess. Someone says, I'm here at Burger King West Bay. I'm going to see if she's in there. We got someone who's at Burger King right now. They're like, oh, I'll see if she's working. My gosh. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Hi, good morning, Miss Sandy. I just want to make a comment regarding the lady that called regarding her sister. Let me tell you something, Miss Sandy. She is lucky she can leave and come to this island and still have somebody back home that is responsible enough to take care of her children. I can contest to that. Somebody that is there for your children. And yes, she is here and working. All she have to do is maintain those kids back home, because let me tell you something, Miss Sandy. To leave your children to go into another man's country to work and not having somebody capable enough, somebody that will nurture and take care of your child is a big risk. It's a big risk, and I am talking from experience. I have been through it. I am living here in the Cayman Island, and I had to let my kids to come here. And let me tell you, Miss Sandy, I have to have my kids from here and there and here and there, because a lot of them, they're only concerned about you here working and it's the money. Nobody not taking care of your children. Nobody not taking care of your children. They're only concerned about you sending money. So she is really lucky to know that she can be here and still have family back home that cares about her children, to take care of her children. I've been through it. I struggle with my children. Right?
Yes,
I struggle so much, and I can't see how you can have your child or your children back home and not care for them from March. You don't talk to your children. Come on, man. We need to find her this morning. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, my dear. I appreciate that. And I appreciate all the good mothers who actually do their part, because it is for most people, it is very, very difficult to leave your children, but you understand that it is a sacrifice that you're making, as that caller just said, to be able to try to give them a better life. So if you come to the Cayman Islands and you have the opportunity to come here, but then you abandon your children, you're not communicating with them, you're not telling your family what's going on, And you have, how old is your dad, Tracy?
My dad is 56.
Yeah. So, he's also, I'm sure, making a sacrifice. And how old are the kids?
Yes. The kids, the oldest son, he's 7, and the youngest one is 6. I even have an audio where my dad sent to her explaining to her the situation, and he was telling her he was giving her until Monday to communicate with him, but she had contact him.
Wow. So you guys have really, really tried to reach out to her, and she's ignored you, basically.
They really tried. They even tried calling on different numbers. She's not even answering. We just want her to come home and care.
Uh-huh. So, what are you going to do if she doesn't respond? I mean, I guess there's always a possibility that she's going to ignore your plea to come home.
Well, honestly, I don't think she's going to respond. Honestly, I don't think she's going to respond. I told her he was giving her until yesterday. If she don't get in contact with him, he was going to call immigration.
Yeah, I don't know if immigration on this end will do anything, but
and the thing is,
and was she a good mother before all of this? I mean, 3 years ago, so that means that when she left, the kids were like 4 and 3.
I don't. Yes, if she was sending for them, all of a sudden she just sending. She don't even. Our birthday was the 15th of September. She didn't even call and even wish him happy birthday. She does not call to see if her kids are okay. What hurt me that her oldest son is doing an operation, and she's not her. So that's going to deal with her kids.
Oh my God. So we've been able to locate her this morning, it looks like. Someone is confirming, I mean, this is the power of CMR in real time, but someone is actually confirming that she's at the Red Bay location and she's working there today. So yes, so she's working at Red Bay. So of course, I'm sure by now she would have received some sort of message from someone who's listening to the program to say that your family in Rotan is looking for you. So Gabby, we had a listener. I don't know if you heard this comment because I know you had stepped out to try to reach your dad, but Selvin says that you guys are just concerned about the money. Is this just about money?
It's not about the money, because I can send you an audio where my father said to her kids. I have out speaking, explaining it's not about the money. He just want her to come home and deal with her kids. If you want, I can even see the audio with my father.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, send it, forward it on the WhatsApp if you can. Marshall says, Lisa, go home and tend to your kids. They need you, and your kids are your responsibility. Rough Seas says, real world problems is everywhere, that's for sure. Damien says, not one child, but 2. And again, Gabby rightfully points out that she just said that one of the children needs surgery and the mother needs to sign off on the paperwork. It's not just about the money. Good morning to Juliet.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Rough Seas talking about the salary doesn't go far in Cayman.
Okay, I'm going to come in.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to send you the audio, and I also have it ready for work. So I don't know if I can.
Yeah, you can
the interview now.
Yeah, you can call on WhatsApp if you
Okay,
need
I'm going to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
Right, thank you, my dear. We do have a caller. Thank you too. We do have a caller in the line. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, Sandy.
Good morning, dear.
And maybe she's afraid of the immigration. If she goes back, she may not get her work permit. If the immigration could reach out to her and assure her if she has to go home, she will be able to get entry back into the country, and her work permit would,
but immigration isn't going to do that. But why wouldn't she get entry back into the country? I'm not understanding. That doesn't really, I mean, we can see people coming in by the droves in terms of work permit. You're entitled to vacation. I'm sure in 3 years she's gotten vacation from Burger King. They follow the law, and I'm sure that she could have taken vacation and gone home. That doesn't really make any sense. Immigration isn't going to stop you from taking a vacation and going home.
But when she come back, would they allow her the work permit to continue?
Yeah, but I mean, if you have I don't know how long her work permit is for, but there are times when they give you a multi-year work permit, and normally that doesn't have anything to do with your ability to travel. You're able to travel if you need to go home, and you can come back and so on. So I don't think that that's the issue. And the fact that she's not communicating with her family at all.
That is sad. That is really sad. And it's mind-boggling why people are doing what they're doing. Not just completely shutting out her family, and maybe she's thinking, oh, well, they're using the money that I'm sending for themselves. But that woman seemed to be.
Yeah, but I mean, listen, her son just had a birthday, and you don't even call. Like, let's set the money aside for a second, right? Your son just had a birthday, and you don't even call to wish him a happy birthday. It really sounds like she's just abandoned her kids.
Yeah, that's why it is. And if she is taking that avenue, then the immigration need to come into place. And make sure she goes back there and do what she can with the children. I don't have the answers, and I wish I did, but
it's unfortunate.
It's unfortunate.
Very, very sad. Oh my
anyway,
gosh.
Sandy, you keep up the good work.
Thank you, my dear. I really appreciate it.
Okay, bye.
All righty, bye-bye. I don't know. I don't know that there's a logical understanding for this. And let me tell you something to this woman, Lisa. If you're listening this morning, let me make a suggestion to you. There's so many children who have gone through this for many, many generations where, we were separated from our birth mothers and fathers in order to try to have a better opportunity. Sometimes we were sent away to other family members who were in a better financial position, or, just had access to other stuff. Like myself, I went to the US. I can tell you, I can sympathize with this situation from the perspective of the kids, because thankfully I was in an okay environment, and I wasn't subjected to horrible abuse in a terrible situation. I wouldn't say it was a perfect situation, but sometimes when you leave your children with people, or you send them to someone, you don't even know what the child is having to endure. And so for you to not even be checking on your children, for you to not even be making a phone call. And I can tell you that one of the things that my aunt always used to say to me, which is, I think it was a little bit of for her, psychological warfare, because once I became an adult, she then always felt, I think at that point she had, she saw me as her child, right? So she always said, oh, I'm going to abandon her, and I'm going to move back to Cayman and forget about her and go back to these people who she had put into my head. And in a way, I'm glad that I was at the age of 9 by the time I moved away, because I kind of already had an idea of some of the things in life and what was going on. But, her perspective is, oh, you're going to abandon me. And did these people really care anything about you? Because if they cared about you, not that they wouldn't have sent you away, but surely they would have made contact. And here's the irony of it. Back in those days, to call overseas from Cayman was very, very expensive. This is not something that was cheap to do. Now you can call for free. Everybody's got WhatsApp. Even if the internet is spotty, you've got WhatsApp. You can send messages. Back in those days, the telecom was prohibitive. Even travel wasn't quite as easy as it is today. So what excuse would people have for essentially abandoning children and not sending any financial help? I cannot fathom. And I can tell you that honestly, again, for myself, there were times when my aunt was like, your mom doesn't even know if you're eating, if you're alive. And that had a very, very negative impact on me because I can't argue that my aunt was right. Caller, good morning.
Good morning, Miss Sandra.
Hi,
Is
morning.
it open line?
Not quite yet, my dear. Give me about 5 minutes left. We're just going to try to wrap up this particular conversation.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
All right, folks. So, what I'm saying to you, Lisa, is the damage that you are potentially causing to your own children to make them feel like you don't want them, that they're not worthy. And I don't know, what your family might be telling them as to why they've not heard from you since March. What is that? April, May, June, July, August, September, October, almost November, 7 months. Come on. You know what 7 months is in the life of a 7-year-old child? I have a 7-year-old child. You don't talk to them for like one night and they're like, Mommy, I missed you. Come on, woman, get your ish together. This is the voice note that the father sent. We're going to listen to the voice note. Let's take this other call. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program. Hello, caller. Hello.
Good morning. Are you live or not?
Yes, we're live on radio.
Well, I want to talk to you personally without being live.
Okay. Is this Lisa?
No, it's not. It's her, another family member.
Okay. All right. Well, we're live until after 10:30. So.
Okay. Well, since you're live, for your information, you have to investigate what's going on first. For one, that so-called sister of hers hate her so much, and it's not true that my cousin been up here for 3 years without sending home a dime. She will go and reprint all of her receipt that she's been sending home money, and she will be filing a lawsuit because it's false information.
Okay, so why doesn't Lisa call in herself?
But she don't know what's going on. She's not here at the moment.
Okay, she's not here where?
But I will have her call you.
Okay. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. So let's see if we can get our other sister back because this is a mix-up.
Hello?
Yeah, someone called and said that they're a cousin. Somebody else says that it was Lisa on the phone, so I don't know who it is. But she was pretending to be a cousin. I don't know. Somebody else says that that's actually Lisa. But she says that you hate her. Lisa? She says that you hate her.
God. Why would I hate? If I so hate her, why would my dad send her that audio? Why would I make up a lie like that?
We're gonna listen to the audio here. Do you guys have a cousin here that would be calling her behalf? Because she says that she's a cousin.
I really don't know. I really can't tell you. I don't have no reason to hate her. I can do another interview after I come off of work, but right now I have to get ready to go to work. I don't have a problem doing another interview because I don't have anything to hide.
Because she says she has receipts proving that she's been sending money.
Okay, well then tell her, send her receipt. We can do another interview when I come off of work.
Okay, no problem, my dear.
That's no problem.
Okay, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
All right. What a mix-up. Somebody said that's actually Lisa. Here's the voice notes from Dad.
Good morning, Lisa. This is me. I'm calling to let you know that I've been trying to get on to you with Isaac to get what we're gonna do with his surgery, and I was asking for a sign from you to authorize to go ahead and have him to take that, and you didn't get to do it because you didn't answer. I called your friend, you didn't, and they said they'll see you. You didn't answer. Listen to me carefully. What I'm gonna tell you this morning. I done got the woman from the immigration phone number to call her. She told me to go ahead and call her. I'm going to call her, make them post up your picture and deport you or the Cayman. I give you till the end of this week to get in contact with me about your children. You're not going to Cayman up there to go and play and fool around talking about your man don't like children and that's why you can't carry your children up there. If that is the case, you need to come and get your children and deal with them. You guy, I don't know what guy through your head, you calling you know, corresponding, even as much as to say answering my call. I ain't calling asking about no money. I'm calling you because I need to get in touch with you about your children and you care shit about it, listen to me carefully what I'm going to do to you. I'm going to make them deport your ass out of Cayman and send your ass back Honduras and then see what the...
Oh, gosh. All right. He's getting a little bit upset there. But I think we get the idea that he said that he's going to try to have her deported. And he says it's not about the money, folks. So we couldn't continue because he was starting to use some colorful language. But I think more or less we've gotten the picture. So this person called claiming to be, the cousin, whoever this is says, get you a man who wants to invest in you, listen to you, learn from you, see you win, support your visions, and fall in love with you daily. What I would also say, to add to that, when you have children, get you a man that actually will love your children as though they were his own. I'm just saying. I could never imagine. This is why I wasn't into this whole ready-made family business. I tell y'all from day one, I honestly did not want a man with all these baby mamas all over the place and all this drama, because I just wasn't going to take that on my little head. Okay. But when you meet a woman and you find out that she's got children, that those children are part of her. So, I don't know what's going on here, but this is absolutely ridiculous, folks. And quite frankly, it's unacceptable as far as I'm concerned to abandon your children, allegedly, because of a man. No man not worth that. What are you going to do? Abandon your children for the rest of their lives? Come on now. Anyway, get your stuff together. Children first. That's why if you don't want the responsibility of having children and you're not ready to have children, you know what I say? Shut your legs. Close them. Boop. Okay? Use birth control. Use effective birth control. Stop having children that, in all honesty, you do not want. Andrea says that's not an immigration problem. That's personal. Why would immigration get involved in family matters? She just needs to go home. Strong Wilt is late for class this morning, honey child. It's just getting hot now, so sit back and relax. Irvin says, what other side could there be? She left her kids with her parents, or at least with the father. She needs to be a mom to her kids. When a father can run away, a mom can't. Huh, what a hot mess. So we're actually going to find out. Like I said, somebody messaged and said that this is her. Y'all know you can't be calling on this show and be pretending to be somebody else, because we will find out, honey child. We can see now whose number this really is. And, when the sister called last week, she was asking us to post up her sister. One of the reasons why we don't do it, for the very reason where this one was like, oh, we can sue you. You're not going to be suing me, honey child. You're going to be suing your cousin or your sister, whoever you're pretending to be. You're going to be trying to sue her. And she says that she's got the truth on her side. So this person says her father should bring the kids to Cayman for a vacation and leave them with her. He probably wouldn't even get permission to do that if immigration is now aware of the situation. Oh my gosh, what a hot mess. What a hot mess. Yes, sir. This person says she better not have any more kids here. BK needs to dismiss her, to be honest. She's horrible, says one person. They also says, Selvin have any sense? Oh my Lord, what a mess. I tell you. Sorry, Sandy, sorry, Sandy, but if it was, what? Sorry, Sandy, but if was X the money, they are her children. I'm sure she told her dad that she was leaving to work for a better life for her kids and more. He needs a survey. What? He needs a survey? So what? That's a little bit confusing. I kind of get what you're saying, but this person says, this Salvin is a complete idiot. Caymanian idiot, EDDOIT, colloquial spelling. Good morning. Because if she was the children's mother, isn't she there to provide emotional, physical, mental support she should be financially supportive. The children actually cannot leave Honduras without the parents' permission. That's true. All right, let me hear this voice note now. Stand by.
I don't have a problem doing another interview because it's so sad that she has to go there and lie. Okay, if she says she's paying, if she's sending money for her kids.
Oh, sorry. 1 second.
She's not answering. So, okay, since she says she's been sending home money for her kids, okay, show her, she need to show a receipt where the last time she sent money for them. Today is what? Today's the what? Today's the 10th of October. The last time she sent anything for those kids was in March. You call her, she doesn't even answer, and I don't have no reason to lie. If I wanted to bash my sister and hate her, I will go up and say all kinds of things about her. I did not say nothing bad about her. We just want her to come home to her kids. I even send you an audio with my father, and I can give you my father number. I don't have no reason to lie on my sister. All of a sudden, she can contact you, but she cannot contact my father and come for her kids.
Yes, sir. All right. What a mess. Another person says, Selvin makes idiotic comments every single day. Block him. No. Leave Selvin right there. All right. We can call Daddy. How about that? How about we call the dad? Let's see if the dad hates her too. Okay. All right.
Hello.
Hello. Good morning, sir. This is Sandra. I'm calling from the Cayman Islands. We have your daughter had called. Oh gosh, I'm trying to remember her name now. But she called about your other daughter, who she says has abandoned the children. So Tracy called about Lisa, saying that she's abandoned the children there in Rotan and that she is not supporting them financially. Now, we got a phone call claiming that this person's a cousin, saying that that's not true, and Tracy's jealous of, or whatever, hates her sister. So we figure you're the father. I'm sure you don't hate nobody as a father. So tell us, sir, in your own words, please. Also, we are live on radio. So Tracy just gave me your number because she has to run to work. She was on the radio this morning. But can you tell us what is going on? What's happening there?
Okay, I told Tracy to drop that because it seems like this is we've been a problem. We have, well, the kids are with me.
Yes.
Lisa went up there. She have 2 kids. She's up there, and my wife is who was taking care of the kids. That she make deal with her, and she said that she was working and things would get a little tough. And I said, well, I mean, my grandkids, I do whatever I could do for them. Lisa was up there. She was sending money for the kids when she at first, and then she was dropped back. She missed a couple of months, and then she would send money, and then so things probably would get bad with her. And I wasn't really worrying about that. But what really bothered me, the little boy, one of the little boy was expecting to get a surgery. So I told Lisa about it, and to get on to her, she stopped calling. She would not answer our call. None of her call. My wife. The little boy was expecting to get a surgery, but she didn't give us no authorization to go ahead and do that. They wanted the mom or the dad to sign, and how she got the kids in her name, not in the dad name. They only got her name. So she went ahead then, and we couldn't get on to her. We went and did all the tests and stuff, and the doctor then was waiting for her to sign. So she did not call a friend that was from up there with Lisa. And then I told him to tell Lisa to get on to me because of this was what was happening. She never did call. What she did was call a friend from here, come and pick the kids up and take them up to a mall. And then, because I said, no, I ain't going to let them do that, because she had to call and say, do that. Somebody else calling us and saying that she said it. I mean, I don't deal that way. So she went ahead then, and the lady came. I said, well, that'll be a way to find out, because I think something else had happened to her, because we couldn't hear anything from her. And you send message and you see she online, but she would never answer. So I called people that from here that up in Cayman and give them the number, so if they could have get hold of her, because I was get concerned. I said something probably happened finally this lady take the kids out, and then they call her, and right away then she put it on video call and talk with the kids. I said, well, then I know she's okay, so I ain't gonna bother with it. After that, then she sent money for the kids. Then she went back into that slum about stop calling. She would not answer any call from here.
So when was the last time she sent any money for the kids? How long has it been, would you say?
In March.
Oh, it was March. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then she had missed like 4 months before. And I mean, I don't care about the money. I mean, but then it happened then that she wouldn't answer. So they went on a strike down here in Honduras. So the doctor then wasn't working. So the surgery nothing happened that time. So then they was getting ready then to bring some American doctor in, and some of the Honduran doctor would have worked here in the public hospital. So my wife was getting surgery as well, and then we was trying to go ahead and I talked with Lisa, tell her, so your little boy got a hernia by his navel, and they've been calling. I mean, something had been bothering him, so we go there and they say you got to do the surgery. But then they told us they didn't have nobody here to put in anesthesia and put a key put a so they give him medication. So then they told me that this doctor was coming back into the country to work, and we could go ahead and get the little boy, sign up again to go ahead and take his surgery. But then they wanted a sign from her. So I called and she would not answer. Then I went ahead then and I called her friend. I said, if you see Lisa, so then they take picture, video, and send it me with her there. But she not knowing that they're doing that, and she would not answer her call. So I said, well,
oh my gosh,
whatever to happen, gonna happen. So Tracy then put a picture about Lisa saying about that she's just abandoning the kids, and I told her, I said, you know how that's not your fight. The kids are not with you; they're with me. But it's a jealous feeling that they have. Then she get upset with me because she said, I'm going on Lisa's side. I said, I'm not going on Lisa's side. I ain't gonna throw the kids out because she not answering my call. One day she'll come back to Honduras, and then she get her kids, and then I would be free from that because, I mean, they done my grandkids. I mean, they're here, and I didn't know that that's what she really was going to do. So then they started calling, and then someone from there then started sending message about what Tracy had been doing, about her personal life, and then they send this stuff to my phone telling me about I'm a deadbeat dad, and they put a key in for that. So I sent Lisa a voice.
Who sent you those messages? Who's saying that?
Well, it's not Lisa's number, but I guess some friend that she up there with.
From Cayman.
Yeah, from Cayman. So I sent a message back. To them. I said, you all know nothing about what's going on. I ain't asking Lisa for no money. I was telling her, I sent a message. I said, when you hear the message, then you should try to get in touch with us because we need to find out. Because they said she could have signed and then send down that she authorizing them to go ahead and do the surgery with the little boy. If she don't want to do it, then it's okay. But then she would not respond. And up to this minute, she not responding. And I talked to Tracy about that yesterday. I said, don't bother with that and leave that alone because of you saying about Lisa this and leave that. I mean, forgot about that. And just try to have more. I mean, But
let me ask you a question, sir. When Lisa was in Honduras, was she a good mother? Because this sounds like someone who doesn't really care too much about those kids. Would you say she was a good mother?
What happened? She had a little boy. But she was here in Rotan, and then she left and went to San Pedro Sula. She was working in a caller center.
Okay.
So what she did, she changed her number.
Oh gosh.
So we had no way to correspond with her, and she would not call.
Even before she left Honduras.
That was when she left Rotan, and when she had one son at that moment. When she was there for a couple of years, and when we hear again from her, the guy that she was long with, how we get to find out anything about her because we couldn't call because we don't have the number. She know our number, but then we couldn't call her. So she was in San Pedro. She was in San Pedro Sula when the boy she was long with, his father got killed, and then looked like his sister was corresponding with him. So he came and he told me that about Lisa was okay, and that's how we know what was happening. And then we find out then that she had the second child. So she was there. Her and him broke up, and then she came back over from the mainland. But before that, what happened when the pandemic come down? she was in San Pedro, so she sent her kids over to Rotan, to the island where I'm living at. So she was trapped. She was trapped on the mainland, which is Honduras, over Honduras, and then the kids was over here. So I thought, well, like, so I said, sure, but the kids, they're used to not being. I guess she wasn't spending no time with them because the little boy, he was only 3 years old. The baby was only 3 years old, and so his birthday came, and I figured she'd at least get her phone and call and say, well, say happy birthday to her baby. She would not even that she'd do.
Oh my God.
So I said, well, then.
Yeah, because I was kind of wondering, sir, like, for you to move to Cayman and abandon your children for almost 8-9 months, that doesn't sound like somebody who probably ever cared much for these children. So that's why I asked you that question, because I was curious about the history of her relationship with these children. It sounds like she just still wants to be free and single and live her best life. And she thinks, you know what, they're going to be okay with you. And she let you and your wife raise these children.
No, but then my wife is sick right now. She did the surgery, and it's only me. I mean, I'm the only one. I got to go and work, and then my wife was she had to rent to the mainland. So I got to take these kids. I mean, the work I does is I run school kids. That's what I'm doing. So I got to take them. Then you got to go and get them to school, and it's been a hassle. I don't mind. I mean, though helping her out, but then I feel like at least she could say call and say. Yes. Hello, and see how is the kids. I mean, not about the money.
Yeah.
It's not about money. It's about her being concerned about her kids. And
yeah.
After that, her baby birthday passed, and she didn't even call and say, well,
wow,
happy birthday. And I mean, it was kind of like a cold. So I sent and tell her, say, what is she doing? But they told me that she have a guy up there in Cayman that do not like kids.
Okay.
And he don't want anything to do with kids, and because what they did is did a video with her. It's a guy that's up in Cayman that's friend with Tracy. This is how this happening, and he's he's going around talking to Lisa and putting a video in her, and she not knowing that happening. Then he send the video back here, so that's how I get to know, because I see her and hear her saying these things, and then they'd ask her, well, when did you talk to your dad? He said, I talk to my dad every day. I mean, I seen her saying that on the video.
Oh, really?
It's a lie. Yeah, it's a lie. So, I mean, I like, well, why is she lying? I mean, she don't want to do that.
Yeah.
There's no need to do that. But then the kids and them, they don't have the fault. But then Tracy wanted me to turn my back on the kids. And I say, I can't do that because you got your kids. And if you had run away until she returned back, and then we give her kids, and she could give them to someone else if she wanted to do that. But then I'm sorry for the poor kids. I mean, they, like you said, they don't have the love. She don't have the love for kids.
Yeah.
Because if she had love her kids, she wouldn't have do that. I mean, I had 5 of them, and I never wanted to leave them. I was always there trying. But then this girl is up there. She when she was here in Honduras, which is Rosemary, she said she wanted to throw one of her kids on me, saying it was. So she from the minute I saw the letter stating about this deadbeat dad, I know that was her that sending that. I mean, that because I think they're living in the same apartment or something. So then she trying to say about well, fight Lisa. Kids are saying you don't know anything that's going on, and it's not about money because nobody's asking Lisa for the money. Just that we wanted to get that sign so we could get the surgery done. The people finished the doctor and they gone back. So if he take in between, then you got to rush to the hospital, get medication, and it's like leave me and what to do. I mean, and she not responded doing her part of it because if she had said no, she don't want that happening. Then, because I told her, say, it's not a serious operation, it's just an hernia that he have in his navel. I mean, I have one of them as well, but then I don't want to take it. Sorry, because it don't bother me.
Yeah.
But then he said that it been bothered. He had been going to the doctor, but she been being very disrespectful because she leave the kids here before she would call us and find out what happened. After we called her friend, she would go ahead and send a friend from here that had to drive about 2 hours to get here, take the kids and tell them to take them to the doctor. And we already take the kids to the doctor. And then she said, well, okay, take them up to the mall, take the children up to the mall and have them eat ice cream. And I say, I ain't going to let them go. But I say, no, that's a way to know really what happened. So they went up to the mall and they came back and they're like, well, we got to talk to your mom. And she not here. She was at work and they video chat with her. And then she wouldn't call. And this other guy that's by the name of Richard, he was the one that been sending money I wish you was on video call. All the kids is right here now. It's right here. They just came back from the hospital.
You want to do a video call?
Yeah, you can put it on. We'll put it on video.
Let me. But hold on now. In order for people to see you, I have to send you a link. So I'm gonna send you a link, sir. And if you just click on that, that'll allow you to join in the show by video call. So just give me 1 second, and I'm gonna do that now. Okay. So I'm gonna just hang up this call. And then I'm going to send you a link in the WhatsApp message. You click on that link and you should be able to join in by video.
Okay. Then.
Okay. All right, sir. I'm going to do that now. Okay, my dear. All right. So he said he wants to come in by video. So let me just send this to him. Okay. Give me 1 second, sir. Let me make sure I got the right number here. Okay, I'm sending it to you now. Okay, let me see. Hold on. Child trying to multitask. So here's the situation. This is why I tell people, please, I say it on a regular basis. First of all, don't take me for a fool. That's your first mistake. Second of all, try not to lie when you're dealing with me. Because I am like detective extraordinaire and I'm going to find out. So I can tell y'all without any fear of contradiction that the person who called here this morning talking about their Lisa's cousin is Lisa. That is Lisa's number. Lisa, mentirosa. You've been caught lying, girl. Don't try it. This is not amateur hour. You had better off sit back and have nothing to say than to call lying about you, the cousin. Unbelievable. Why would you have to lie like that? Hello, sir. Uh-oh. I'm trying to get him to click on the link to join us. So this person says, I don't have no cousin. Oh, this is the sister now saying that I don't have any cousins in Cayman. Oh, no, we're going to have to, hold on. I think he's trying to call. He's trying to.
Hello.
Yes, sir. For the video call, the link that I just sent you in the chat, I need you to click on that to join in because I'm using the camera now for the show, so I can't answer a video call on WhatsApp. But if you just click on that link and follow the instructions, that's going to show you how to join the show by video.
Click on the link.
Yeah? Yes, sir. Okay.
Where the link is?
It's right there. It's in the WhatsApp message. All right. So while he figures that out, let's give him a minute. Let's read some other comments. So her sister says, oh, we got a call. By the way, happy birthday to Miss Olive. Miss Olive's birthday today. Everybody wish her happy birthday. I know last week she wasn't feeling too well, but we checked on her after the show, and I think she was just anxious about an upcoming appointment. But look at that. Praise the Lord. You made it to another birthday, so happy birthday. Let me listen to this other message here from her sister now. So this is Tracy.
I don't have no reason to lie on my two kids. God could take my two kids if I'm lying. I send you my father number. I can even send you my stepmother number, the lady that has the kids. I don't have no reason to lie. She even posts up a nasty comment on Facebook about me. I can even send it to you.
So it looks like it's a lot of back and forth, folks, but I don't believe that this family's lying.
I send you my dad number and I send you my stepmother number. They are the one that has the kids. My stepmom and my dad is the one that are raising the kids. You can call and you can see for yourself. I don't have no reason to lie for no reason.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
That not work. It will not working.
Oh, yeah. You kind of have to know how to follow the instructions because I think it's going to open up like your browser and your phone. But maybe you might need some help with that. But Okay. So you said the kids are there now.
Yeah, the kids they just reached back here.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
things.
there's other problem too that they're sending more message from up there because they just send more message there that they. I don't know what's happening. I don't want to get in the wall with that because that stuff. But
yeah. So what is it? Tell us, what is it that you want Lisa to do? I'm sure she's listening to the show this morning. Like I just informed my listeners, she called pretending to be a cousin, saying that, oh, she's going to file a lawsuit because of all these lies and this and that. Are you guys lying on Lisa? Anybody lying on Lisa?
Well, I mean, like I said, I don't know what they're saying there, but I mean,
just basically that she's not sending any money for her kids since March, and she's not contacted them. You guys don't know what's going on with her, and you haven't heard from her. But she claims that she has receipts where she's sending money all the time.
But then I would like to see the receipt. I don't know who she's giving it to.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, who she gave, but it not really. The last time she sent money was she sent it through to my phone so that I could go and pick it up. That was the last time that she sent money. She didn't send no money since then.
Mm-hmm. And that was 8-9 months ago.
Well, yeah, she didn't
since March. Yeah. Do you think some people are wondering, since it's obvious that maybe Lisa does not even want these children, do you think maybe the children are better off in your care and you can try to get custody of the children? I mean, I don't know if you want to do that.
Well, I don't want to be get custody of the children because I don't want that headache. I don't want to go through that. I mean, I already raised my kids, and I don't want. I mean, I could help her. We were trying to help her, but I don't want to go ahead and take on kids that I got to go ahead and raise because I mean,
you've done that already.
I'm tired. I had enough of that. I mean, we were trying to give her help. I mean, help so that she could go ahead and help herself, but I don't want to say that I got to. I mean, I have them tell when she come and get them, and then because there was some other lady she was trying to get in touch with to get that was going to go ahead, and the lady sent a message saying, "But we could bring the kids," and I say, "No, I ain't going to deliver no kids." She had to. I mean, if she call and say to do it, then that's a different thing, but not me. Someone else saying that Lisa said to give them the kids. I'm not going to do that. I want she had to call and say, "Give me that respect." Call and say, "Okay, Dad, give these kids to such and such a person," and I would hand them over. But beside that, and then no.
Mm-hmm.
So
let me. Someone is saying that they're asking, ask him when was the last time he talked to his daughter. Did she give him a date that she was going home? Because I know her vacation was sent in. So people are saying that
well, she didn't say when she was. She said she might have come here in December. She was planning to come. Said she was coming, but then I don't know what happened that she didn't come again. Because no longer. And this week they sent a picture with her that she went to the bank. This guy followed her and he videotaped her going to the bank to deposit money to send to some guy in Jamaica. That's what he said. That's what they're saying on that. I don't know. I don't know anything about that. I mean.
So I don't know as far as you know, she hasn't come back to Honduras. Not that you were told.
She hasn't come back. She went to another place named. I mean, she went to what a place named Lisa went to? Panama. She went to Panama in June.
Oh,
in June. Yeah.
So she could go. What? She went to Panama.
Yeah, but she didn't come to Honduras.
So she took a vacation.
That was the last time. I don't know if she took a vacation because when she called, she was in Panama. She called me, and I had a video talk with her children. That was the last time that I talked with Lisa. I didn't talk with her since then.
Well, I don't know how hard money can be if you can pick up and go to Panama.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what she's doing. Like I said, I'm here in Honduras, and she's there, so I don't know what's really happening. And if it wasn't for that, I wasn't going to even try. I sent a voice message to her. I wasn't going to send her a message if it wasn't that because of that reason. So I told her, so I don't know what's going through your head because I mean, you see that I called about 4 days before I sent her that message, and this one girl picked up the phone and said that Lisa was at the shop was shopping, and I figured she would call me back. Then she never did call back. So I said, well, shush, you know that someone that's calling you from home that got your kids, you would try to respond back to them,
of course,
find out what happened, and she never do that. So I don't know what's going through her head because a few months before that she get upset for what I don't know, and then she she wouldn't call, she wouldn't answer. And this is the second time she do that since she been there. That she just go into this situation where she don't answer no call, and then together, I mean, she asked her friend. There's a lady, that girl that down here, that they call her and she answered them right away. But then we call her, she would not answer.
My God,
So, I mean,
that is so sad. So, what would you like to say to Lisa this morning? Like I said, I'm sure she's listening. What would you like to tell her?
I would like her to be, I mean, at least try to correspond with her kids. I mean, they got the kids here, they be asking for their mom. I mean, she could call and say, well, you know, talk with them. And if she don't have things as bad as she don't have any money to send for them, I mean, that's not that's not the issue. That's not what we after. You know, I feel like she could be corresponding with her kids. And then worse, knowing what I was calling her for, if I was just calling her because I want her to talk to the kids, then I would say, well, it was the situation and what was taking place. I feel like she should have answered. And I called her friend, and he said he was going across there by the place she worked at the burger place in West Bay. And they was going to go ahead and give her the message. I said, well, just tell her to try and get in touch with me because it was urgent. And up to this minute, she haven't called. So I don't know.
So we know that she works at Burger King at the Red Bay location now. Maybe she was West Bay at one time, but she's actually at Red Bay. So let's hope. Let me try to make a phone call. Just hold on to the line, sir. 1 second. Let me see if we can make a phone call here this morning. Let me just see here. Okay, 1 second. We're going to try that again. Okay, give me 1 second, sir. I'm just trying to.
Okay, that's no problem.
See if we can make a call. New call. All right, I might have to, I'm trying to see if I can call this number that says that they're Lisa's cousin that called earlier, but I might actually have to disconnect you in order to call that number, but just give me 1 second, my dear. Let me see now. What was the last number that you had for Lisa?
Let me get it. Give me the number for you, Lisa, please. Star 134 5 917 92 97.
Okay. So we're calling that same number. Like I said, I already had verified that that was Lisa's number. So she had someone call earlier to say that she was a cousin and then wanted to give her side of the story. But this is Lisa's number. So if Lisa's number Everybody said that was Lisa on the phone. Lisa, you say you want to sue somebody. I would suggest you pick up the phone now and tell us exactly what you're going to be suing people for. Speak to your father, Lisa. Why on earth are you running from this situation? Your kids are there.
But the person you have called is...
You know, your kids are there. Your father's there on the line. You know, why not speak to him now? So she's not answering her phone, but she could just pick up the phone earlier and call us talking foolishness on the phone about she gonna sue somebody. I want to know who she's planning on suing. And she doesn't go to work.
I don't know who.
I don't know either. I know she's not suing me. So of course, 3:00. She doesn't go to work until 3:00 today. Come on, Lisa. Be a woman now. That's all we're asking of you. Somebody said call Burger King. She's not at work until 3:00, so we're not getting them involved in this mess. This don't have nothing to do with them, really. So she won't answer our call now either, but she did call earlier, sir, and claim that she was the cousin, Lisa's cousin. You know anything about Lisa having a cousin in Cayman?
Well, I don't know about any cousin. I mean, in Cayman, Lisa having a cousin.
But that is her number. That's the same number.
I had relatives. My grandmother was from Cayman, but I don't know about Lisa having a cousin. I mean, it could be some relative to her up there.
No, child, that was Lisa. That was Lisa pretending. You know your daughter's voice? That was her pretending to be somebody else.
I know her voice. That's if I heard her, I know her voice.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't rewind, but that everybody said that was Lisa, and now she won't answer the phone.
Well, I don't know why she's doing that, because I mean, there's no need for that. I mean, it's everything that she don't have to go to that, but then I don't know what she's doing, because she does the same thing. I call and you go and ring it, but she'll never answer. You leave a message and she never. I mean, she got her phone fixed that she could see, and you don't know if she can see it or not. I don't know what really happening.
It's unfortunate that this woman is seemingly running away from her responsibility, because quite frankly, there's no need for it.
No, well, then the problem is that the kids, the dad doesn't worry with them. I mean, it's like at least you got to have one of your parents there for you. You can't have your dad and your mom that, I mean, they're not there alive, and neither one of them got a dad or a mom. I mean, that's kind of like, that's a terrible situation. I had my kids, and I had to be dad for them. Their mom passed away, but then you can't. I mean, I don't know what you're thinking.
Yeah. All right. Well, hopefully...
if I could have heard her voice, I know her voice, but then she not like what she. I mean, part of her calling saying she does that her cousin.
Yeah.
I don't know if she have some relative of that. I don't. She don't tell me that, but. I don't know, but I'm not worrying about that. The little boy, he said he's feeling better and he got some medication, and I just make sure he don't lift anything heavy. And both of them is in school, and I mean, whenever they call for something from the school, I try my best to get it for them, and I do whatever I could for them. One day she come back and she go on her kids, and I mean, they would remember that at least their grandfather was there.
So sad. Oh my gosh. So I'm sure you never really thought that this was going to happen, when you took these children. So,
no, I couldn't.
Yeah. Well, sir, we're gonna wish you the best. I don't know what Lisa's thinking or what she's gonna do, or it's so unfortunate. I really hope that she will do the right thing for her children, for the sake of her children. Really,
Yeah, I mean, I don't have, like I said, I don't have a problem with the kids. It's just that, but if something happened to the kids, or one of them passed away, or something serious happened, how could we get in touch with her? I mean, if she not gonna answer none of our call, I mean, we had people that up there that calling, that we give the number to the call to see, because I thought that something, I said she might be was kidnapped or something, but she wasn't. She couldn't answer, because the phone, we sent things to the phone, and then they post it up on the phone, like when one of the boys completed his birthday, he would take picture with his cake, and with his cake, and send it to her, and she would never respond to it. But then you see they posted up on the phone from her. But so I was like, maybe somebody else got the phone, and I started thinking all kind of things. I said, well, maybe she was kidnapped and she can't get to a phone to call. But then people said that, after they started sending video with her where she working and sitting in the restaurant and having lunch. And I said, well, no, that's not her. So I don't have to worry. Then I said, well, she's okay and she can't.
Yeah.
And then when her
Well,
friend
put it this
called her,
way.
and she right away.
Yeah, put it this way. I mean, people don't randomly get kidnapped and came in, but I tell you what, sound like she been kidnapped by this boyfriend. Like that gone to her head. I don't know.
Because one day we called the phone and he answered and he like, well, who's calling this phone? What are you calling this phone for? Like, hey, in this is Lisa phone. I mean, we have Lisa kids and we calling because of the kids. And then he said, she's not here. She went out. That when she went to this other place that I just told you.
When she went to Panama.
Yeah. He said when she come back and he was going to give her the message but she didn't call back. I mean, that was the end of that. Then when she called me, then I told her, I say, yeah, yes, this happening. And then she like, okay, we're going to call you all back. And she never did call back. And you call her. And then she never did respond.
My goodness. Wow. Oh, my goodness. I'm so sorry to hear about the situation. We have a caller on the line. Good morning, caller.
Hi, good morning.
Calling
back again. I would like to say this to the father. Sir, what you are doing for those kids, keep on doing it. And God will bless you. Let me tell you something. I have no relationship with my father. And I have 3 children, and none of them will never know my father because my father passed. So she is lucky. She's a lucky girl to have you as a dad. I can tell you that I wish my dad was there to even see me grow up or even have some form of relationship with my kids. So I'm saying this to you today, sir. Whatever you are doing, just keep on doing it for those children. My mother left me with my grandmother when I was 2 months old. So I can tell you how it feels not to have a father nor a mother in your life. I live on that every day, and that hurts so much. So what she's doing, trust me, she will soon realize, but probably when she do realize, it will be very late. It will be very late. God bless you, sir, and you keep on being strong for those children. They will see what you're doing, and they will greatly appreciate you as a granddad. You just take care of those kids, sir. Yes, sir. You just continue to take care of them, and I pray that God give you strength and the energy to do what you're doing and to continue to do it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that encouragement. That was very nice.
Yes. Thank you, caller. So yeah, I mean, it's a very sad situation. I think a lot of us obviously feel it for the children. We feel it for you also, because like you said, you didn't really sign up for this. You weren't trying to raise another generation of kids. You already have your own.
When she said that, I was thinking she was going to go and she was going to work. And then after when the year was up, because all the time I was taught that you go up to Caymans, you had to be there, and then you had to come out after the year, and then you wait for so much months, then you could have go back and work. I didn't know you could have go and work, stay there, just stay there. Well, I didn't know that there was issuing that permit.
Yeah, I mean, you can stay for years. So eventually she'll get rolled over, but that's going to be like 7 years. The kids will almost be adults by then.
Yeah, well, her baby, the baby, he graduated from Kidner, and we figured she would have been here for the graduation, and she didn't did that. She didn't get it been here. I mean, he got pictures and they got stuff from when they was in Kidner where they waiting to show their mom.
Yeah. All right. Well, we hope that that Lisa's gonna, hear your message today. We know she's hearing it because she called in on the show, and she, was saying all kind of stuff. But Lisa, I mean, we know you're still listening. You don't want to answer the call now, but you need to make contact with your family. I think you need to fix the situation. This is not good. You've abandoned your children, and as a mother, that's the worst thing any mother can do, is to abandon innocent children. My God, if you don't want them, then find a way to give them up so maybe they can find a good home for somebody who does want them, you know, because this is, you know, we have a word for this in Cayman. I know people in Rotan and Banaka, a lot of them share our common understanding of words, but sir, I don't know if you heard the word whatless before, but
Oh yeah, I hear that.
you know what that mean?
Yeah, because what happened, the people who she was first going to give the kids to was they live over in a little creek, and it's they got a area where like a pond water running there, and small kids they would end up getting lost or falling into that. So we said, but it would have been better. I feel safer that have one with me. But afterward, I find out that when they was over in San Pedro, that it been more than once that the police picked them up because they were wandering around, and Lisa had to go to the police station to get her kids back because
oh my
the
God,
kids is gone. I don't know where she been whether she was at work and who she had minding them wasn't doing the right thing. But then I mean, you got to watch kids because especially in this area and small kids because they've been a little busy body. But
and we know San Pedro is that not a safe place no matter what. Those children could be kidnapped or sexually assaulted or all sorts of stuff. What a thing.
So then she came from there and went there.
My God.
So they're here and I said they're doing better. I mean, they soon going to be time for them to get ready, go to school, and then they got to go in the afternoon to school.
Oh, okay. Wow. All right, sir. Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate
thank you very much, and I hope that she really be listening and she try to correspond with her children because they be asking for her, and it's not a good thing when you don't have a dad nor a mother.
I agree. My gosh, it's horrible. All right, sir, we appreciate you. And like I said, Lisa is not showing you any appreciation, but please know that on behalf of the people of the Cayman Islands, you know, we really try to advocate for children, whether they're here or Honduras, anywhere in the world. And we appreciate good people like yourself who step up and try to help. And I'm sorry that you're in this situation, but I really feel like these children are probably better off without her in any event. But I also understand your sentiment that you're not, you know, you weren't signing up for this because you didn't know.
I was looking out for them, but then I don't want it to. I mean, they say, well, okay, I'm going to take them. And then if she stay there and I have to do whatever, I go ahead and do it. I'm not complaining about her sending no money. That's not the issue. But I feel like she should have answered knowing the situation, what we wanted to, why we was calling her. And even after I got called, a friend, I know that they went ahead and tell her, and she know what they even try to say, well, I'll call and see how my kids doing. Because it's not about her sending no money. I mean, that's not the issue. Because the little bit that I got, I mean, they would get it and things would still go on. But then she could do that much. I mean, she could call her friends and stuff, so she could go ahead and call her kids.
Yeah,
and,
sure.
You know, ask them how they doing and that kind of stuff. So I don't see why she got to do no. That don't cause anything. Because I mean, because you're calling other people. Or this other one said, but the I was talking to Lisa yesterday, and she could never get time to say, well, I'm gonna call my kids. I mean, so it's not about that she don't have no money, she can't call, she can't do this. When she could do it, be calling other people. And I mean, you see how she going out, because she'd be amazed at the thing. I see she was standing by this bank with her uniform on, getting ready to go inside, and this guy was there. And what he doing, he was asking her question. That was this week. So she was going to the bank to deposit this money for this guy. I don't know if it's someone she long with, or I don't really know what's going on. And that doesn't really bother me either. But just, I mean, she could call and say how she doing. Every time they ask her, but when last she talk to your dad, I talk to my dad every day. I mean, and I'm helping my dad. I like helping your dad with what I don't expect no kids to help me. I mean, I still could work for myself.
Wow.
But about her and Tracy, that's a grudge thing from kids. That's from small.
Yeah, siblings.
Tracy
but
got that. She got that in like feeling like, well, like, cause she like think that I like Lisa more than her because of one like skin and like how nothing to do. They just got that crazy feeling. I don't know what's going on in her head either. But thanks for you calling. I
Thank
mean,
you,
I appreciate
sir.
you calling.
Yes, sir.
So
thank you too. We really appreciate you doing your part.
Well,
Okay,
you
have a
take
good
care.
day.
I'll do whatever I could do for you. Okay, you too.
All right, thank you, my dear.
Okay, bye.
All right, so Lisa had the audacity to call the show pretending like she was a cousin Now that we're trying to reach her, she don't want to call. Lisa, we're not into playing games around here. Call us back. Or cousin to Lisa, give us a call back. You say, oh, we need to do some research. We need to dig into this. We've done enough digging here this morning. And you can call and enlighten us as to what you say is happening. Your father say you're not sending no money. He admits that you and your sister might have a bit of a sister rivalry going on. She don't really know. But your sister didn't say anything negative about you. She just says that she wants you to call your children. You know, so your sister isn't making, you're the one making yourself look bad, not your sister. All right, we have another caller to the program. As you guys know, he's been trying to call us all morning. So let's give this gentleman a call this morning and see what's going on here as well. And then I got to get to packing my suitcase, but I do want to address, and I'll do it in the after show, this lady who beat up the man down Borden Town. Magdalene says the father has revealed so much in the girl's life from back in Honduras. Yes, that's why I had to ask the question. Yes, hello, caller. Good morning. Good morning, sir. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning. Am I on the air?
Yes, sir, you are.
Yes, and how much, what time is it closing time?
10:30. So you got
10:30.
Yep. Start
Good
to
morning.
talking.
Yes, good morning. It's Raymond Scott here.
Yes, good morning, sir.
Yes, how are you, Miss Sandra?
Not
And
bad,
to all
dear.
of
How
our
are you?
listeners. I am in perilous times. As you know that Raymond Scott has provided a service for the Cayman Islands, an immense service of life-saving with residents and people from all over the world that gets in trouble. I am there 24/7 to do my utmost and bring them to safety, and hundreds or thousands of people is aware of this in the Cayman Islands, the important role that Raymond plays with the maritime affairs and bringing people's lives to safety. Now I can hardly talk in perilous times. I has to come to you and the public of the Cayman Islands. I has to bring this before the Cayman Island people. Raymond Scott has reached a state of perilous times.
Tell us exactly
my house-
what's going on. Yes.
Yes. My concentration on this call, you know, I'm a very good talk show person, but bear with me if I have some.
Yeah, but what I'm going to invite you to do, Mr. Raymond, is we literally have 15 minutes. I think the quicker you get to the point, probably
Yes,
the
ma'am.
better. Yes.
Yes, the Cayman Islands Development Bank has my house for sale, and I'm doing all I can to help prevent the sale of it. As that.
All right.
I
So the
waited-
house has gone into foreclosure. Let's not use the word sale because some people might not understand what you're saying. So the house has
Yes.
gone into foreclosure because of mortgage arrears. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. How far back is the mortgage in arrears for?
That right now I'm not exactly aware of, because my concentration into the matter, what I want to get out is I need all action to be taken, because I waited 12 years from Paloma to get my house built back in Cayman Brac, and I just
But though, Mr. Scott, with all due respect, the details might help people understand. Because say,
Yes.
for example, I mean, you should have an idea of how many payments we're talking about. If it's like
yes,
3 or 4
were
payments.
missed out, and they have repossessed my house and have it for sale.
Yeah,
And I
but
have a
how much in arrears were you? How long did you stop making payments for?
Yes, it's several payments in arrears.
Several
payments.
meaning 2, several meaning 4, several meaning 12. What's several?
Over the period of the years. Over the period of the years, several payments missing out. And the thing is, let me explain to the public who is listening to me now. I do not have nowhere else to go. I have 2 young daughters raising up. My wife does not work, and she's a sickly person, needs medical attention due to diabetes and
But Mr.
hypertension.
Mr. Raymond, so the bank
Yes.
hasn't said to you how much it is. Like if you go in there today and you say, I have a check that I can give you to get this out of arrears so I can get my house back, they can't tell you how much it is?
Yes, they can tell me how much.
So
it
how
is,
much
yes.
would they tell you?
Tell me the exact amount, but we are going to hold that off here now. I need to get this out to the public.
All right. See, the public isn't going to quite understand now. We have people who are listening to you and somebody says it's $120,000. Does that sound about right?
Yes, that could be.
Okay. So that gives us a better idea. Like the people need to know you can't call people to action and to assist if they don't even know what they're talking about or what you're talking about. Because, if it's $5,000, sir, we could have a what do you call it? Like a fundraiser and raise $5,000 in 2 days for you. But when it's $120,000,
the interest rates, because of the missing payments, the interest rates have skyrocketed, and it's so much in the interest rates. And also to mention that this is the piece of property consists of my communications building with my antenna for the safety of life at sea. And it will be a devastating, if this goes through, it will be a devastation
all
to
right.
my family.
So let me ask you a question. Let me, people are listening and someone sent this and I want to ask you if this is a true statement or not, right? Someone says he used a piece of land as collateral to get a loan for $75,000 in 2017. Eventually built a house on the land and never made one payment. It's entirely his fault. Instead of him doing his heavy equipment work, something he knows some little thing about, he's messing around with ships blowing horns and search and rescue operations, something he knows nothing about. He should have plenty of opportunities to make a few payments or some other arrangements, but he did nothing. Is it true then that you've made no payments on this mortgage since you've had the loan?
That's not true. That's not true, ma'am.
Okay. When was the last time a payment was made?
Yes, I don't have the exact time of date on that.
Okay. All right. So what is it that you want people to do?
Yes, I am asking whatever can be done to stop the sale of it from putting me out. Otherwise, putting my family out on the street. That's the main thing, and I have nowhere to go, and I don't have no funds to build back nothing. So I'm asking for the politicians or whoever got input with CIDB to put a halt until I can get some friends, some family or friends to come up with the amount to get the amount. Instead of, I had some money 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. Called them and told them, they said, no, we're not accepting nothing from you. That's the bad part of it. They want the full amount with all the interest that has accumulated.
Well, unfortunately, that's what happens when it gets to a certain point, because the bank isn't going to allow you now to come in piecemeal and pay piecemeal. They've probably done that before. Have they threatened before to put your house in foreclosure?
Hello?
Yeah. Have they threatened before to put the house in foreclosure and you went in and made a little payment to stop them?
Payments were made. Yes, payments were made. And
so you see why the bank is not going to keep doing this, because this will be going on forever.
Yes, ma'am.
So, I can tell you the banks don't really, they don't like to do this sort of thing. So I hate to tell you, Mr. Raymond, but the name of this show is The Cold Hard Truth. And we don't really try to sugarcoat anything. We try to tell you as it is. And I'm afraid to say that your situation looks very, very dire. And I don't see any politician being able to step in. That would be a misuse of their powers for them to step in and tell a bank not to take your house when the bank has, met all the criteria to do so. They're not going to interfere with that. I don't think that's a realistic expectation, to be honest. So unless you have somebody who can give you $120,000 to get you out of arrears, I think you might need to face the reality. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
So, I mean, sadly, my recommendation to you is maybe start looking at your options of who you can potentially move in with. And I know that's not what you want to hear this morning, and that's not an easy pill to swallow, but I also don't want to sit here and give you any false hope. I'm telling you, there's no politician in Cayman that is going to step in and interfere. They could probably get themselves in trouble for even doing so. And I don't know who has $120,000 just sitting around that they could give you, because the reality of the situation is, unless someone is just going to, they're just wealthy and they just want to give you money. If someone is expecting that to be paid back, that's just your arrears. How much are the monthly payments on this loan? You have to keep making monthly payments, right? So if you borrowed, say somebody gave you $120,000 loan, not give, but loaned it to you. They're going to expect to get that money back at some point, but you're still having to pay a mortgage, which you've been struggling to pay. I mean, this person who made this critical assessment of the situation is saying that you don't have any work, or you're not focusing on your heavy equipment work. What income do you have coming in every month? If I handed you a check right now for $120,000, how are you going to continue to pay the bank for the house?
Yes, it would be from income from the heavy equipment.
But they're saying that you're not doing much of that.
Jobs are few and far apart, right? Due to all of the actual.
Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do is, I'll put the plea out there. People are listening to you. Like I said, I don't think politicians, they're not the ones that you need to be asking for help, because they're not going to interfere with a government agency. That was under the McKeever days under UDP. He would do that. And that's why the bank is always in the trouble that it's in. For the bank to be sustainable, they can't be doing this sort of thing. But maybe somebody else in the general public will hear your plea this morning and wish to assist you. Anybody got $120,000, or maybe 5 people can put together $120,000, whatever, to assist? Please give your number, sir, of how they can reach you.
Yes, my number is 927-7156.
927-7156. Thank you, Mr. Raymond. Appreciate it.
Yes, and this will be a devastation to myself and my entire family. And it's actually my deceased mother's property. And it's the worst thing ever happened to me in my life. So it's a terrible thing. And the public knows that I has been there to help the public whenever their family get in trouble, to bring them to safety. And I have reached to this stage, and that's the only thing I thought about, where a lot of people would hear me on here and know what's happening.
Well, definitely. Yeah, definitely. We'll spread the word for you. We'll spread the word.
I was forced to come on to do it, because I know that's the only alternative. There's nothing further. And when people hear about it, now that the thousands of people knows that is listening in this morning.
Okay. All right, my dear. Thank you very much. One caller has a suggestion, but we do have somebody else waiting on the line. They're saying that maybe you could sell some of the heavy equipment if it's not making you any money. We know heavy equipment is expensive. Maybe you could sell some of it to try and get to the $120,000 mark.
The problem to sell that is very difficult.
Oh. All right, my dear. Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Raymond. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Okay. Good luck to you, my dear. Folks, I'll talk to you in a second about that, but we do have Lisa on the line here, and she wants to talk to us. Good morning, Lisa.
Good morning. Can you add my dad back, please, so we can solve this one time and done?
Okay, sure. Give me 1 second. Hold on now. And to our radio listeners, we have about 2 minutes left in the program. We'll continue into overtime this morning. And you can join us on YouTube or WhatsApp. Yes, hello, sir. Okay, Lisa's on the line, sir. She called in.
Okay, and just to clarify, what my customer was referring to, she was referring about, I have 3 years up here that I didn't send home no money. Because I send when I can. up here is not easy to fucking be.
Hey,
Oh,
Lisa,
sorry. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Lisa, watch your
Sorry.
language. Please.
Sorry.
You're still on the radio.
Sorry.
4 more minutes. You can curse as much as you want, but not until then.
Oh, sorry.
All right, hold on 1 second, Lisa. Caller, good morning. Welcome to the show.
Good morning.
The reason, Miss Sandra.
Yeah,
you can check. Oh.
Yeah, Mr. Yes, sir.
Okay, might be off the subject.
Well,
but
we got to stay on the subject. It's not about Lisa and her dad.
No, it's about the guy that you were talking to.
Okay, call back. I'm gonna get back to that after Lisa. Lisa wants to speak to her dad live now. This is the first time they've spoken in a while. So keep listening. We're on Facebook and YouTube, and we'll get back to that situation with the mortgage.
Okay.
Okay, dear. All right. So yes, Lisa, just watch your language for me, please.
Sorry.
So your father is here on the line with you. And he's saying that you've dropped the ball with your obligations with your kids. And he's saying it's not even about the money, Lisa. He said you can call your kids. Why aren't you calling the kids?
Because I am stressed. I be working. Burger King don't pay shit. So don't pay much. Sorry. Don't pay much.
But Lisa, you could go to Panama recently?
I went, yes, because I went to purchase clothes.
Listen to me now. Hold on.
Miss Sandra?
Hold on.
Can I speak?
Lisa, yes, I'm going to let you finish. But here, I'm going to do you a favor. Because I can tell you want to use certain words freely, and so do I. Let's give it 2 minutes, and then we're gonna disconnect the radio. So just give it a couple more minutes. Let me just check the timer. And then you can freely speak, because I want to tell you something as well. We have a minute and a half left. Just hold on 1 second, Lisa. Dad, just hold on the line for me, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, because she said she wants to get to the bottom of this today, and we're definitely going to get to the bottom of this, but I have a suspicion we can't get to the bottom of it on live radio because Lisa wants to use colorful language. I'm not
going to do that. Sorry, just sometimes it comes out.
I have no problem with you doing it, but you can't do it on radio. That's the problem.
No, sorry. No, I'm not going to do it. Sorry. The reason I went to Panama, if I can speak.
Yeah.
It's because my cousin opened me a business license to sell clothes. I have the proof also.
To sell clothes where?
Here on the island.
How can you have a business license when you're heading work for Burger King?
It's in his name. They told me for me to be on the. Sorry?
How many cousins do you have here?
A lot, because our surname is Bond. We have a lot of family up here.
Uh-huh. Okay.
So
so one thing is I wanted to say. Actually, she know that a couple of days ago she was at the bank.
Mm-hmm.
I saw her. I got the video right here where she's standing at the bank, where she was going to make a deposit. When this guy was asking her about what she was doing, she said she was going to the bank to deposit money. When she was standing up, had her hand blocking the sun, and this car was parked right alongside her. I see all of that.
Mm-hmm.
So don't think that. I saw you in the restaurant.
Okay.
Having lunch when this guy asked you to talk to you.
So we're off of the radio.
I want to see that video.
But Lisa, you're saying your dad is lying.
I want to see the video.
Dad, you have the video handy?
Yes, I had shut the phone off and go ahead and find it.
You can see if you can put this call on speakerphone. Look at your phone, put it on speakerphone, and then go into WhatsApp and forward the video to us because we want to see it. Lisa's saying she wants to see the video. We want to see it too. Lisa, let me tell you something, right? I don't know you from the woman on the moon or the man on the moon, nothing. But everything your father has said, your sister said a little bit. She didn't really say anything derogatory. But it seems to me that you need a good parenting course. You're not a very good mother.
Miss Andra, I've been struggling on and off up here.
Not up here. From when you were in Honduras, you were struggling.
Yeah, but that's why I came up here.
And the streets. Come on, lady.
That's why I came up here.
To better your life. But you won't even talk to your children?
I talk to them, but I haven't talked to them. I'm not gonna lie. But I be stressed. I'm trying to make up for the money that I'm behind. We're not behind.
Lisa, let me tell you something. I was alluding to the fact this morning that I kind of understand some of how your children, they're so young, it might not really be impacting them. But let me tell you something, right? I grew up in a situation where my father actually sent me to live with my aunt in the States. And I did not have any contact for many, many, many years with my mother. Back in those days, it was much more difficult. At least she had more of an excuse, because even to pick up the phone, there was no WhatsApp calling, which is free. There was none of this stuff. So she would have to pay like $5 a minute to make a phone call. But even so, she could have, in my opinion, she could have made more of an effort. You're going to negatively impact the lives of your children. You know, this is what I want to get through to you this morning and say to you, fuck your hardship and your mental health if you're not putting your children first. Today is World
That's
Mental
what
Health Day.
I'm doing.
You have got to communicate with your children. There is no excuse for that, Lisa. What is the excuse?
Miss Sandra, you want to be honest with you? The only thing on my mind is
There
to
is
work.
a picture of you standing up with JN Money. What are you doing going into JN Money? Who are you sending money to if it's not for your children?
When was this?
Well, this is the same one that your father said he got from the other day.
Can I see it, please? I don't see anything. That's what I'm asking you.
I'm gonna show it to you. Hold on. There's more than one. You're coming right out of JN Money. I see you wearing the clothes and everything.
Miss Sandra, can I turn on my camera?
Hold on one second. I'm gonna pull it up on the screen. Just give me a second, because they have more than one photo of you. So the problem here, Lisa, what kind of hairstyle you have right now in your head?
How do I turn on my camera?
You should be able to just do it from you're looking down at the bottom. There you go. Okay, so you have, let me see your hair. Okay, good. Because let me show you now. Papi, we can't take a video call, unfortunately, because the camera's already in use. So the only way you can join video is with the link I sent you earlier. So Lisa, you're gonna tell me now, and by the way, I want to make an observation about how nice your hair looks. And I'm not trying to pay you a compliment. I'm trying to say you can find money to get your hair done, but you can't find money to send to your children.
Ma'am, this is a free comb hair, if you want to know. That's why I can turn on my camera.
Is this you?
Yes.
Okay, so you were at JN Money?
Yes, but let me tell you why.
Yes.
I have the money right here. They told me if I want to send more than $1,000, I have to send them proof where I get it from.
Who you sending more than $1,000 to?
I have it here in my hand. That's what I'm trying to show you.
So all of a sudden now you want to send
No,
$1,000 to your kid.
you can ask anyone that knows me, even my roommate, my ex-sister-in-law, all of them are up here.
Ask them what?
That I want to send $1,000 home, but you can go to and also they told me if I want to send that more money, I have to show them proof where I got it from.
But Lisa, you have sent money through JN before, right?
But not this big amount.
Okay, so why weren't you sending money from March? Why are you gonna wait now and sending $1,000?
Okay, because sometimes, can I speak?
Okay, listen to me one second. March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. That's 7 months. You take $1,000 and divide it by 7 months. How much is that?
Okay, that's what I'm trying to explain to you. I get behind.
$142.86.
Sorry?
You couldn't send $142.86 each month?
No, that's not the point, Miss Sandra. It's more I have to send.
That is the point, Mama.
I have to send 412 CI a month.
To where?
Honduras for my kids.
But you're not sending it?
Because I'm not making it.
But you don't have to. No. Lisa. Listen to me now. This story not making no sense. You're trying to say that sorry, it looks like you're somehow, it says device not connected. Come back on the line, Lisa, because what I'm hearing you say to me doesn't make any sense.
I can show you my payslip from Burger King.
That's not the point.
But that's what they
every little bit help. If you could only send $50 or $100. But listen, your father has said it is not about the money.
But to me, it is, because I don't want to stay bad with them. That's what you're not understanding.
But not talking to them is the worst thing. Your children are eating. They don't know if you're sending money or not. If you don't even call your son and wish him a happy birthday, do you understand how you're destroying your children's lives? They just want to hear your voice as a mother. Okay? They're not sitting there balancing a fucking bank account asking you what money you're sending. Your fathers and stepmother are doing the best for these children. The least you can do is simply pick up the phone and call your children, which is free on WhatsApp. Let your children know that you love them. You're destroying their lives, Lisa.
I'm not like that.
But I'm telling you, you need to be like that because you're destroying these children. What do you mean you're not like that? You're selfish is what you are. You can talk about somebody take out business license for you and you're going to Panama and you got order clothes and this and that. You're a selfish woman. And you need to hear it.
Why?
You need to appreciate the sacrifice that your father and your stepmother are making for you to help raise these children, and you need to do better.
That's what I'm trying to do better.
You can't do no better if you're not calling your children. Okay, so now you can't jump up and claim you're trying to send $1,000. Did you send a message to your father to say,
no?
Okay, I'm trying to send you some money, but I'm having this little issue? Nothing. You don't communicate with anybody, and you expect people to believe your lies?
No, but you can ask anyone who I ask. I could give you name, number. You can add them here if you want to.
Nobody, nothing. I'm asking you to take
but
accountability.
You said you said you don't believe me.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I think you're a liar, Lisa. Huh?
You can. I can give number and name. You can call them. Add them on the line right now.
Hey, listen. Your actions
and
speak
what got
loudly.
that, Miss Sandra? That's how I am. I don't. When I get depressed, I don't talk to no one. I can go a year without talking to my family. That's how I am from morning, and my dad know that.
Lisa, when you have children, you don't have that luxury of talking about when you get depressed. Are you getting any help for your depression? Huh? Since you claim that you're getting depressed, today is mental health day. Are you getting professional help for your depression? What are you doing for your depression? You got a boyfriend, Lisa?
That's what got me pissed also. I don't have none. That's what got me pissed. I don't have no one. When I came up here, I was along with one guy for 2 months. And that was when I just came up here.
Your phone. Who was answering your phone telling your dad about your traveling?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm. This is too many.
No, but did someone tell him back? I called my dad myself from Panama and tell him I was Panama. Ask him, he's online.
Your dad gave us the story already, my dear. And what
I don't know. But I called him from Panama.
All right. Okay, so you go to. Let me ask you a question, right? You go to JN Money with $1,000. They say, "Oh, we need to know source of funds." Did it ever occur to you that you could take out $500 and send it, and the requirements might be different?
But when I go back, when I go back, they will still see I already sent, because I was sending. They even blocked my ex-stepmother-in-law, my ex-mom. They blocked her because I said she received too much money. That's why I started sending it to my dad. And ask him also.
And as many people go between Cayman and Roatan, you couldn't find another way of sending this money? You got Western Union, you got JN, you have all kind of money services here.
Okay, Western Union is there, yes. But if I send it through Western Union, JN pay 29 and Western Union pay 26.
But they're not getting nothing. So it don't make no difference when nobody paying. Your thinking just isn't straight. I don't understand it. People go from Cayman to Honduras every single day practically. Between Roatan and Cayman, you can't find somebody you trust to send this money? Come on, girl.
Miss Sandra, I don't be around no one from work and I be to home.
But I'm saying if you cared, you would find a way to send the money. There's no excuses. If you cared,
I understand your point.
All your kids. You understand?
I understand.
This story doesn't make any sense. That's why
I know you are focusing on my kids, but I'm not worried about that. The only thing in my mind is getting the money from my stepmother.
Your children, and you should be too.
No, but what my point is,
Woman, did you hear what you just said? That I'm focused on your kids and you're not? That's a problem.
Because I am focusing on updating with the money. I know what you mean, but what my point is, I'm trying to update with my bill.
You're trying to update what?
With my bills, with paying her then.
Oh my
That's
God.
my only concern.
Let me ask your father to see if he can speak some sense into your head. Father?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Yeah, what do you make of all of this that Lisa's saying?
Well, I really couldn't hear good what she was saying. I mean, from the phone, I hear you talking, but she need to come and just get her kids. I mean,
But I told him I was going home. Didn't I tell you I was going home when I talked to you? I gave you a date when I was going home also.
Lisa, we can't hear him. Hold on.
Oh.
Go ahead, Dad.
I said the way how what she's saying, the way how she sounds, I don't think she's fit to even have any kids.
That seems to be the problem.
I didn't want any kids, but I got them.
I mean,
So hold on. She just said she didn't want any kids, but she got them. Lisa, I want to ask you a question because this is a very serious concern, right? You don't want any kids, but you got them. Have you heard of something called birth control?
I was on birth control. That's the thing. But God had other plans.
No, don't bring God into this conversation because he not got nothing to do with your foolishness. So 2 times birth control fails and you were taking it correctly. What kind of birth control you were taking?
The pink ones.
The pills, you can get shots, you can get injections, you can get the 5-year birth control so that you don't have to think about it every single day and mess it up because birth control is 99% effective. So you want me to believe that you have such bad luck or God had such wonderful plans for you that he's going to send you 2 innocent children for them to suffer in this world. You must be,
Sandra, I am trying to avoid them suffering. That's why I am trying to do my best up here.
She not in her 5 senses, I think.
Well, she's supposed to have 6. I don't know which one missing. Must be the common sense one because this story don't make no sense.
Miss Sandra?
Yes.
I told him the day that I'm going home.
I mean, it got me confused. I didn't even think this was, look at Lisa that way.
Yeah, well, you need to get a reality check today, Daddy. When are you going home, Lisa? When are you going to go
I
home?
told him November 24th. Ask him. I told him because he asked me when I was going home. And I told him November 24th.
So she's planning on coming home November 24th. Lisa, you might realize that after today, you may not even have a job in Cayman. So you might be going home quicker than you thought.
Well, if that's their decision, God knows best. That's how I think.
Why are you bringing God into this? That's how you think, but that's a problem. Because God doesn't have anything to do with your poor decisions. God gave you a brain, he gave you a head, he gave you choices. So every single decision you make.
The other thing is you gotta tell her I sweat my backside off to send her to school. So she have no excuse.
Yeah, you heard what
I didn't say I didn't went to school. I didn't say I didn't went to school.
Well, he said he sweat, and he don't appreciate you, doing this and treating your children in this way.
Well, I look at things differently. I came to me.
Lisa. I need you to start looking at things another way because the different way that you're looking at things is wrong. It don't make no sense. So you can't just use as an excuse that you look at things differently. That don't make no sense. The way you're looking at things is a problem. Right? You need to be there for your children. They need you. Even if it's just your presence.
Since the message that they sent about deadbeat, if she stand up and be the way I was for them.
But who said that to you? Who said you guys saying it's me? I didn't send you nothing.
They go there and sweat.
But Lisa, why would you make your friends message your dad?
I did not make no one message him. I don't talk to no one. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I don't hang out with no one.
Who would have sent that message to your dad? Somebody.
I don't know. I don't know. People come showing me message that my dad said. I don't know what's going on. I don't have nothing to say to nobody. That's what I don't understand. When I heard that his message said that I posted something on Facebook about her, I don't use Facebook. That's why I deleted my account. That I activated again because I heard all this was going on. I don't tell her, show me where I posted anything about anyone. Nobody up here never asked me for my dad number.
Lisa,
you can get my phone. Everything up Cayman is recorded. I did not
do anything like that. I didn't give my dad number to no one. He said, I was watching it. He said someone's still texting him. I don't know who that is.
Well, I think you need to get it together. I mean, honestly, you know, I don't know what's going on here, but this is not acceptable. I mean, you can imagine how your sister and your dad must feel having to reach out all the way from Honduras to try to get you to call. I mean, this is what it took for you to speak to your father since March.
Yeah, because I was sick of people texting me, telling me, "Oh, your dad do this, your dad this." And I had enough.
Come on, girl. You need to do better.
I know I need to do better. That's what I'm trying to do.
Oh my God, girl. I don't know what to say. I am really, really concerned about these children. What I mean, Lisa, what is it that you need to be able to do better? Tell us now. What is it that you actually need?
A better job, to be honest.
Okay. And you're going to get a better job how? Have you applied for other jobs since you've been in Cayman?
Yes, but how they see that I'm born, they think that I have papers up here. And when I go to the interview, they tell me they thought that I had papers, that I have to wait till I get papers.
So what skills do you have to get a better job?
I work in a bank for 7 years. I work in cost.
If you have all of these skills, why don't you get a job in Honduras?
Because they're not paying as good as up here. That's why everybody's coming up here to make a better life.
You can still come to Burger King and make more money than you would a bank in Honduras. That's what you're telling me?
But they closed down the banks, Miss Sandra. That's what you don't ask, but they closed down the banks. They let us go. We had 7 banks in Roatan. Can I speak, please?
If this comes back to your decisions, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you come to Cayman and you get a job at Burger King, how much do they pay you per hour?
$7
an hour. And you realize, based on your expenses and the fact that you have to send a little bit of money home for your kids, it's not enough that you're making $7 an hour. Why are you here?
No.
You understand what I'm saying? It don't make no sense for you to be here because everybody knows Cayman is more expensive. So if you can't afford to live on what they're paying you, then why don't you go back home?
To be honest, Miss Sandra, I've been wanting to go back home, but people keep telling me to don't give up. Things gonna get better.
How did I get any better? You're making what you're making, right? You're saying that you can't get another job.
For right now, because
it doesn't sound like you're a supervisor or anything like that.
No, ma'am.
Then simply go back home. It's not for everybody. And more people need to realize this. You need to do the math. If you're making $7 an hour and your take home is whatever amount, you know you have to pay for room for rent, you know you have to eat, plus your family is expecting you to take care of your 2 children.
I know that.
If you do not have the money to do that, then you go back home. It don't make sense for you to stay here and use this as an excuse that you're not making enough money at Burger King.
I'm not using an excuse. I've been doubling for the last 2 weeks, and that's how I got the $1,000. I can show you my pay slip.
Doubling what?
Doubling shift.
Okay, so you can do double shifts for 2 weeks to get an extra $1,000 to send home.
Yes, that's how I got the money. I have my payslip right here. I can show it to you. I can text it to you. I can email it to you, whatever you want. But you see, sometimes they don't allow us to do overtime. When we short staff, we are allowed to do all the overtime we want. But when we have too much people, we are not allowed to do overtime. You can check that yourself also. You're up here.
My God. Lisa, let me just ask you a very honest and straight question now, okay?
Okay.
Do you really want these children?
Yes, I do.
You do?
Yes, I do. And that's why I'm going home next month.
So how do you think your children are going to respond to you after they've not heard from you since March? You just show up all of a sudden.
They talked to me way before after March. When I went in Panama in July, I called my dad when I came back. So it's not all that time that they haven't talked to me. My dad is right here. If he says it's a lie, then the girl can.
Okay, so
when was the last time I talked to my kids? Like a month.
August, September, October, November. So in 4 months, you haven't spoken to your kids. You know how a 7-year-old,
Ma'am, it's not all that time. Less than a month.
Okay, sir, she says that she talks to her children all the time. When was the last
I
time?
said less than a month. It's not been over a month.
She called my phone. That was in July.
She said it was less
Daddy,
than a month.
when I asked if you were gonna operate on Isaac, when Daddy, can he hear me?
We have here.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
Hold on one second. Can you hear her, Dad?
No, I can't hear. I'm not hearing her.
She says less than a month. So your dad said that it must be some other children you calling because they're not them two that he got.
What? Did I ask him when he's gonna operate on Isaac, and he said he was not gonna bother operate on him again. Ask him.
One second.
It was her baby birthday.
Okay, so Lisa, September the 15th?
Yeah.
Was your son's birthday, the baby. Did you call him for his birthday?
No, I don't have no reason to lie.
Wow. So when was the last time you claimed you spoke to the kids then? Because you said less than a month. And you wouldn't call him on his birthday of all the days?
Well, I wasn't that concerned about that. The only thing was on my mind was working, doing double time.
Lisa,
to get this month to send home.
Lisa, listen to me. I'm going to tell you something, okay? And I want you to listen very, very carefully to me. I have one child, and I waited a long time to have the one child. And I worked for over a year to have the one child. This is what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to be completely honest with you. You do not need to have any more children.
I got stopped. I can't have any more children.
Praise the Lord. Oh my God. Hallelujah. Because my lady, you don't need to have the two that you have, but unfortunately they're already here. Yes, you definitely do not need to have any more children. You're missing something. You're missing the mother gene. There's something
I
wrong.
know that. I know that I raised up that way.
Oh, you raised up that way. Did you have a mother of your own? What happened to your mother?
I don't even want to get into that.
Okay. So you just missing that gene completely. And maybe what you need to now look at, Lisa, is for the benefit of your children. Maybe, I mean, your dad says he didn't sign up to take them on. You know, he loves his grandkids, but he can't really take them on full time.
I did not ask him to do that.
Well, 3 years in, it sure feels like full time for him.
It's not 3 years, Miss Sandra. It's only 2.
You not been K-Man 3 years?
No, ma'am. That's why they get me with all this lies. I not been up in no 3 years.
All of what lies? I mean, it's been 2 years. So the father probably feels like it's 3 years or 4 years.
No,
so
but what they told me, what they sent to me said that I have 3 years up here without sending home nothing.
No,
that's what got me pissed.
That's not what your father said.
That's what everybody's texting.
You don't need to listen to everybody texting. I'm telling you what your father and your sister said. That you've been in K-Man for about 3 years, but you have not sent any money since March of this year.
I have a different post that she said I didn't send money in 3 years. That my sister said.
She said that is not what she said. So you know, maybe you need to find a way to put these children up for adoption or something like that because it looks like you don't want them.
It's not that I don't want them. I'm looking for a better life.
I mean, you just admitted that you're missing the mother gene.
I know
that you'll never be a good mother, really, if you don't get professional help.
I don't need professional help. I just need to get a better job.
You need professional help, woman. Listen to me. When you need help, you must realize that you.
I do need help. I do need help.
You do or you don't?
But not the way you're saying.
What do you mean not the way I'm saying?
Miss Sandra, I was San Pedro Sula 5 years. Just me and my kids working.
And your father said they were found numerous times roaming the streets by themselves.
San Pedro Sula?
Yes.
Well, they used to be locked up in the house because I used to do call center in the house and they was not allowed to go outside. You know why? Because as soon as they get outside, they was breaking people's car glass, giving me more expenses. And he know that.
Wow. What a mess. I don't know, my dear. I feel like you need to admit that you need more help. And you know, this is not a good look for you, Lisa. Your poor children are going to be the ones who suffer in the end. So I don't know what else to say. Dad, what do you want to say to Lisa now?
I told him I'm going home. I gave him the date because he asked me when am I going home. I said November 20th.
I mean, to even to realize that she feel that way and think that way. I mean, I try to do my best, and I will still be willing to do what I could do for the kids. I mean, and I don't have anything else to say to her. I mean, she being very disrespectful to be thinking the way she's thinking, and I mean, knowing that that the way how I've been with them, and I mean, I did what I could do for them, and she, I mean, acting this way, it really hurt. What really concerned me, the father of these kids is not worrying about them, and then now she was the only one that they had to look up to, and now she's turning her back against them. So I guess I just hope that God give me strength and see what I could do for them as long as I could. And I'm gonna talk to one of the dad that I want the dad if I ever run across them, and I will have a talk with them as well, because
I talked to them myself.
Be there for these kids.
I talked to them myself. Manser cannot have him because he's running through all this killing up going in Roatan with this drug stuff. He cannot have him. I don't want my son around him. And I called the youngest one dad to get them, and his woman did not want me to talk to him.
Wow. My God, what a mess, Lisa. Anyway, what are you going to do now about the $1,000 you claim that you have? Show us the money in your hand that you say you have to send to the kids.
How do I turn on the camera?
Yeah, just the same way you're down at the bottom. You might have hit stop camera. You can turn it back on. Yeah. All right. Show us all the money you say you have.
And I can show you.
Okay.
Hold on 1 minute.
All right.
One thing I would like to find out from Lisa, we having her kids. And why would she block us from her phone that we can't, block us out that we can't call her? I mean, what about if one of those kids has some serious situation? When she knew about it, or one of them was to have an accident or he died, when she they would have been already buried. I mean, she didn't think about her kids as being away from her, and if something happened, we should have a way that we could communicate with her. If she see it, she would not answer.
All right.
Miss Sandra, can you see this?
Lisa, your dad is your dad has a question for you. He wants to know, why do you have them blocked from calling you, knowing that if something happened to your kids, there's an emergency or your kids get killed or something, they need to be able to reach you? Why do you have them blocked?
They're not. Can you hear me?
Yes.
They're not blocked. Every time they be saying, I tell them, oh, they're not blocked.
You're not blocked, so you just ignore them.
I don't have the phone all the time. When I'm not working, I'm out selling clothes. And when I come home, I only come and sleep 3 hours.
Come on now. You had enough phone to call us today and get on the live stream. You don't go to work until 3 o'clock. You have time for a 2-minute phone call with your parents, with your father and your children. Or even
but I was not home. When I come home, I hear all this commotion going on.
You full of excuses.
When she was in the restaurant, when she gave the finger, this guy was filming her and she didn't know. And she was sitting there, even when he asked her about why she don't bring her kids up to Caymans. And when last she talked to her dad, she said she talked to me every day. And the guy that she loved with does not like kids, so she can't bring them up.
Miss Sandra, come to my work. Come to my house. I want to know who I long with up here. You want me to be honest with you, Miss Sandra? I was long with one Kenyan guy up here.
You can try being honest, because I don't feel like I heard too much honesty today, but go on.
I was long with one Kenyan guy up here. What he told me, that he don't let me putting my children first, that I got put him first. And he was cut off the next damn day because nobody not tell me what to do.
I doubt that, but if you say so.
I can give you his number if you want to.
If you were putting your children first, honey child, you would be calling them. So I don't even know why he was thinking you were gonna put your children first, because you don't show any, you act like you don't even got children. So why would he think that?
I don't act like everybody I tell I have children, they don't even believe me when I tell them I have kids.
Of course they don't believe you, because you're not fucking calling the children. How they gonna believe you? Huh? Talking about you got children and you don't even call them? What kind of nonsense is that, ma'am?
Miss Sandra, only me being my world.
Well, that's what you think. Unfortunately, your children are also in it, and not by choice. You are making decisions that are going to impact their lives forever. They're not going to have any respect for you, woman, when they see how you've treated them and how you've abandoned them. Now listen to me.
I'm not abandoning them.
Lisa, yes, you are. You need to accept the truth.
Miss Sandra, can I say something 1 minute?
Lisa, listen to me carefully. I'm sick and tired of hearing your excuses, right?
I'm not giving you no excuses.
Listen to me now. You claim you have $1,000. I'm going to say to you, give me the $1,000 and I'm going to send it to your father. Can I come?
You can come and get it. You can come and get it.
Okay. All right. I'm going to come today. I'm not, don't say it over the air because then somebody might try and do something, but I'm going to message you and you message me in the WhatsApp and I will arrange to get the $1,000 to send to your father today. Dad, that sounds okay with you? She says she have $1,000 that she wants to send, but when she went to JN Money, they were asking her for source of funds, which I don't know what the big deal is. You said that you work double shifts and you could pull out your pay slip and show me. So why can't you show that to JN Money?
Not have it, but I got it now. But I was gonna send more than that. It was added to 36,000 lempiras. How much is that in Cayman's money? 1,200 and change. My pay slip is only for $9.98.
Oh God, Lisa, I can't keep taking, my head can't take any more of your excuses and stories, you know.
Ma'am, you can bring, when you come to my workplace, you can see my pay slip.
I want you to WhatsApp me and I'm going to arrange for your father to get that money for those children. You have got to do better. You've got to step up to the plate and do better by your children. What is the problem?
There's no problem.
There is a problem.
Someone say Western Union don't ask for a source of funds. I know that, Ms. Sandra.
You would not be on this show today if there was not a problem. There is a big problem. And you need to look in the mirror, and that's where the problem begins. I'm not trying to be mean to you. I'm trying
You're not being mean to me because none of this don't bother me.
And you see, that right there is a problem. Because if you are a self-respecting person who really did love your children, this would bother you. But the fact that you can say that it don't bother you mean that you don't care about nobody and nothing else. And that, Lisa, is a problem.
I can tell you in person why I am how I am.
Oh, God. Lisa, let me tell you something, right? There's a lot of people in this world who've been through a lot. And the people who've been through even whatever you can tell me, I can one-up you. I can tell you, oh, this person told me a worse story. This person has been through more. You have to make better decisions every day for yourself and your children, regardless of what you have been through. You have to turn it around for the sake of your children. You understand me? We can't
That's what I'm trying to do.
Hold on to these excuses. Everybody has had hard times. You know, a lot of people have been abused. A lot of people have been through a lot, but you have got to start making better decisions. It's as simple as that. Huh? When you say you don't have a problem because you don't care what people think, and that shows that you just not comprehending, right, this whole situation. And that is very, very sad. Your father said he tried with you. He tried with your sister, who I don't know how many, I think he got 5 children. He did his best.
Yeah, more than 5 and denying all the rest.
Father, she said you got more than 5 and denying all the rest. Well, at least he didn't deny you. And
well, he should have.
He should have. Well, my God. Lisa, I don't know what to say, my dear. You got bigger problems than we can resolve here today. But you know what? Let's start with some baby steps, okay? I want you to please WhatsApp me. You have my personal number, 324-1612. You'll reach me directly. I'm going to arrange to get the money from you, and I will speak to your father, get his full name, his address, everything, and send that money to your father. Do we have an agreement? Lisa?
Yeah.
Okay?
Miss Sandra?
Yes.
The only thing I was if you do not send it through Western Union because they pay less. And I'm not looking to lose my money. That's why I did not send it through Western Union.
All right. No problem. We have one caller on the line. Hold on one second. Good morning, caller. Hello? We're still live on this live stream. All right. So, okay, Lisa, I want you to reach out to me and then we'll see how we're going to go from there. Okay. Yeah. Lisa.
Okay.
Okay, my
Okay.
dear. All right. Thanks very much. All right. Dad. Yeah. So Lisa says she has $1,000 that she's going to give me today. And I'm going to message you later to get your full name, your location, everything that I'm going to need to send you the money. And we're going to get you this money today, okay?
Well, you could try it. I mean, she wouldn't call, which is a lot easier. I don't. I mean, if she sent it,
let us see. We have 600 people on the live stream heard her say that she's going to do this. So let's see if she's going to do it.
Okay.
All right. So we'll give her a little bit of faith and see what can happen. If it don't happen, then I'm going to update everybody that, whatever the update is.
All right, then. Okay.
All right, my dear.
Yeah, it's a sad situation. I mean, to go through a situation like this, but what it is. So
yeah.
So thank you all again, I mean, for everything, and God bless everyone. And at least I still love her and hope the best for her. So
yes. All right, my dear.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome.
So, I mean, he said we can try, and we're going to try. We're going to try to see how we can help those poor kids. I think Lisa has to do her job. And, there's so much that was said from Lisa that really has me very, very concerned. Romeo, good morning. He says, I will never miss another live stream. Oh, Lord, Romeo, what a hot mess. Miss Amelia, I need you to log off now because you might hear one or two little words popping off. She be getting all upset in her feelings, child. She be clutching. You know how they say the old people be clutching their pearls? Them old white people. Romelia be clutching her Bible when she start to hear me. Don't you use no curse words. Listen to me. Couple things I want to address before ending the live stream today. That situation with Lisa, let's see if she's going to give us the money. I'll update y'all. I have my doubts too. Like the father said, you can try. We will try. That's all we can do. We can't force Lisa to be a good mom. We can't force her to call her kids. I mean, this is why I keep telling y'all, stop having children. If you don't want children, don't have children. Okay? Oh, she was taking pink pill. I don't know what pink pill that's supposed to be, but there's long-term birth control that you could be screwing from here till kingdom come, and you're not going to get pregnant. Look at your options, folks. Right? Get on the 5-year plan. Listen, if you're going to be such a horrible mother and you don't want children, because she said she never wanted children, have your womb taken out. Make it permanent. Have your tubes tied. Something. Because it is far worse for you to be a horrible mother. And the lives that you're destroying is absolutely ridiculous. Lisa, that was us calling you earlier this morning. That was before you called. Now she's calling us back. Anyway, Leroy says the pink pill must have Pepto-Bismol. Ay. Anyway, folks, I don't know. She needs to do better for sure. All right, let me speak about the situation with Mr. Raymond Scott. It is very, very unfortunate. And, I think that this is a fair warning to everybody. When you get into a situation with the bank, oh, Lord, I pray about it because even myself, if you want to do certain things, you have got to borrow money from the bank. Folks, you've got to take that obligation very, 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 very times 1,000, very, very 50 to the 50th power. Seriously, it is no joke for you to fool around with these banks. Okay? The banks don't care what your excuses are. And if you're going for years without paying your mortgage, I am telling you that nobody is going to take pity on you. There's no elected official in this country right now that is going to be stepping up to the plate, going to CIDB and telling them not to put your home in foreclosure when you have not handled your affairs and you have not paid your bills. All right? There's no amount of begging and pleading when you owe over $120,000 in arrears. You got a problem. So unfortunately, Mr. Raymond, like I told you, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. But unless you have some rich friend who is going to show up and just hand you a check for $120,000 for you to clear it off and then turn around and pay your mortgage every single month, you are out of luck. And you know, preying on our feelings like, oh, this is your mother's property and, you know, this and that, blah, blah, blah. None of that is going to help you. We can feel sympathy for you, but it looks to me like you have put yourself in this situation. Somebody said, and I you know, take it for what it's worth, that he went and borrowed money from the bank and then has not been able to pay it back and never made a payment. So how are you going to do that? How are you going to borrow money from CIDB and not pay them back and expect that, as a matter of fact, let me check my online listings to see if I can find him, if they've served him papers. Because I'm telling you that is not how the process works. When you borrow money from these banks, take it seriously. Be prepared to pay. Understand what I'm saying? Has CIDB filed any papers against him at all? I'm trying to see if I can even find any papers, but he's saying that they're putting the house up for foreclosure. If I can find any papers, I'll see what I can find. But you know, listen, you don't fool around with these banks. They are running a business. You don't have to like it, but they're running a business. And once you sign that piece of paper, if you don't read, that's why they have you initial every single page of your mortgage agreement. If you're not reading it, then trust me when I tell you, you're not understanding what it is that you're getting into. I'm trying to see, when did they serve him papers? The banks don't actually want to take your property, but if you leave them no choice and you've not been paying, you know, he couldn't even tell us how far in arrears he was. Some third party had to tell us it's $120,000. Someone else says he has other property that he could have sold to pay it off, but did nothing. You cannot put yourself in this kind of a situation. The bank not gonna feel sorry for you. And the people of the Cayman Islands are also not gonna feel sorry for you when they sit back and say, well, what are you holding on? If your mother's property means so much to you, then why are you not selling other property that you have? Sell the other property. Yeah? And the worst part about CIDB, folks, is that this is a government bank. That means that you and I, to some degree, foot the bill for people who do not pay their bills. Every time we're like, well, government should give CIDB more money. They should do this. How are they going to do any of that if CIDB is operating at a loss because the people who do borrow money from them decide that they're not going to pay it back? That can't work either. It's unfortunate. But if they're going to take your house, then they're going to just take your house. And it's going to be a lesson to everybody else out there who is paying attention and who is listening, Strong will say he better check Uncle Dart. Good luck with that. Don't have no false hope. No politician can come to your rescue at this late day. What I can do is I can help you come pack your boxes. Somebody else already say how much they selling it for. Now that people know it's on the market, they looking to pick up things on the cheap. If it's in foreclosure, they're going to take your house. And that's when you own Caymanians, by the way. But be very, very clear. So I don't know what to tell you. Someone says, tell him to sell some of his property on the bluff. So he has other property on the bluff and expect that people are going to feel sympathetic for you? No, sir. That's not going to happen. All right. Let me address one more thing. This is Cayman Brac, folks. The properties in Cayman Brac. Let me address one more thing this morning. There was a video in circulation from this girl, Tori Terry, right? And Tori, I couldn't play it on radio because every other word was bumba clot, this and my bumba clot children and blah, blah, blah. So she got 1,000,001 things. And she again is now responding to the video of her beating up this man, at Public Beach. So she claims in her video, and I didn't download the video. I don't even know how you download TikTok videos, to be honest. But anyway, Tori claims that in her video that people don't know the reason why she had to beat up this man like this. And it's because he's been insulting her children about her daughter, about skin color. Tori, you seem to be another person that appears to think that I was born this size. First of all, stop with your fucking lying. That's the first thing you must try and do. Okay? You want us to believe. Let me try and understand this hot mess of a situation. You want us to believe that your issue with this man is that for months, she claims, since early in the year, he has been stealing food from her. He's been taking her food from her kids out of her kids' mouth because, she's such a great mother. That's what she wants us to believe now, right? She's such a great mother. And not only that, but apparently he insulted the skin color of one of her children. Tori, you need Jesus in the worst kind of way. Like, he must have called using racial derogatory words. Wouldn't say what they were, now, mind you. Wouldn't say what it was. What do you want us to believe? Huh? Did he call your child a what? You're cursing every other word is bumbleclot this and bumbleclot that, but you can't even say what he called your daughter. You know why you can't say it? Because you're a friggin' liar. That way you can't say it. We gonna pick sense from nonsense here today. You're not fooling nobody. And the 5 little friends you have, those finger friends who gonna jump in, yeah, Tori, you tell them, you see, there's always more to a story. You know what's more to the story than that? That somebody should have bust your fucking head open for how you treated that man. And you know the irony of it? Let me tell you all the irony of it. Huh? The irony of it is this man that did you nothing, really and truly, that you could not have resolved in some other way. But you want to talk foolishness and you want us to believe that, this man been talking about your daughter and calling her names. Really? So why you didn't go to the police then? And I'm always giving him food. When I have barbecue on the beach, I'm always out there giving him food. That makes you a good person. When you turn on and beat the man for over 6 minutes, beat a defenseless man. He never once raised his hand towards you. And he should have. He should have knocked you cold is what he should have done. So I don't want to hear nothing about your slackness. You're not nobody that we gonna believe. And you don't think that people in Bodden Town know exactly what is going on and what it is you be up to? Now let me ask y'all a question. This is a perfect example of where you must pick sense from nonsense. She wants us to believe that this man has said all this derogatory stuff about her daughter and harassing her daughter. Now I'm going to show y'all a picture, and I want you to tell me, help explain this situation. Why would this man be picking on the little girl? Look here now. Pay attention, class. Class is in session. Romeo, so he said he got his fresh cup of coffee. Look at the little girl and tell me, she not no different than the little boys? They all still the same friggin' skin color? So what is the problem? Why would he pick on the little girl and not pick on the little boys? If you're trying to say, which like I said, she couldn't come out and really said exactly what the man said. That's why I don't even believe her lies. But if you really want us to believe it, Tori, then you need to explain to us, why would he be picking on the little girl? And you, Tori, here's another question I have for you. You expect us to believe that you, with your bad temper and bad attitude and bad ways, is going to go for months and let him insult you and your children before you do something? Girl, please. Go sit down. You're a damn fool. You're not fooling nobody. People can't even pass you in the streets and look at you hard without you wanting to fight breeze. And oh, I waited for months and this been going on for a long time. Tell it to the judge. See if the judge gonna believe your lies. Tell it to a jury. See if the jury's gonna believe your lies, because I, for one, do not believe you. You are a liar. I got the video here. I'll play some of it. She goes on and on and on, so we not be here all day.
I just wanted to come on here to address the situation that been circulating, the video that on Mile Road, about the situation that took place between me and this man Clifford the other night on the Bordentown public beach. Yeah? For months now, I've been warning this man about my children.
Yeah, right.
The very first incident was the beginning of this year. It always some smug shit he got say to my children or about my children, especially to my daughter, about her fucking skin tone.
Really?
A big hard-ass man like you to have a fucking problem with a little 7-year-old girl's skin tone.
Come on, girl. Y'all all the same skin color, by the way.
Mind you, now, like I said, it's been going on for months.
Yeah, you gonna let it go on for months.
And I've dealt with this situation in a non-confrontational.
Really, Tori? You gonna let a man talk about your daughter's skin color for months? I'm 50 years old, girl. You think I was born yesterday, not true? Don't be stupid. You would never do that. I mean, I certainly wouldn't do it, and I'm not gonna beat him up. I gotta deal with him in a different way. You and your temper, where you beat this man for over 6 minutes, kicking him multiple times, you expect us to believe this? Oh, child, please. Right. Yeah, Cameron, she's gonna pull the good old race card, as you said, never fails. What a bunch of lies. Keep listening.
Manner for months. The other night was just a cherry on the fucking cake for me.
So what's she saying?
When it comes to my children, I don't fucking play.
Oh God, hold on. Let me
my
stop her. Let me stop her right there. Let me stop her right there. You're trying to act like you're a good mother, okay? Let's dissect what you just said. Oh, when it comes to my children, I don't fucking play. Clearly, you playing. Because if you cared about your children, you would not have them out there on Bordentown Beach all 9, 10 o'clock at night. Those children should be home in their beds and sleeping. They should not be watching you pummage a man and beat him to shreds, and they don't even respond to it, which means that they're used to this level of violence. Toria, you need to get your act together and come again, because this BS story, I am not buying. You selling it, but I not buying it. This don't make no sense.
Out the way, and I don't be in no water fucking mix. I stay in my own fucking lane. I don't be in the mix with nobody. My name don't blood clot call for nothing.
I wouldn't go that far, because your name been called for handling stolen goods, and you're always up in church. So I'm up in court. So let's keep going.
I don't mix and I don't fucking mingle. I stick to my family. And that's that. The only little fucking enjoyment I have is when I go out and I play dominoes and we do little cook-ups and we do whatever else.
Right.
Same fucking Clifford get enough blood clot food on the beach. From me said one. Me said fucking one, feed the hunger bella fuck out there.
Let me ask you another question, Toria.
Especially to my daughter.
Hold on.
Me said one.
All right, so let's try to understand this, right? My apple side almost finished, but here, them old people had a good saying, pick sense from nonsense. Let's pick the sense from the nonsense. If it was the case that this was really all about the fact that this man has been tormenting your little daughter for months. He's been tormenting my daughter. He's been tormenting my daughter for months about her skin color. Why is it that you beat the man for over 6 minutes and we never heard that in it? We only heard something about some fucking food, about the man stealing food. What on earth? Really? Toria, again, your story don't make no sense.
Me said fucking one, feed the hunger bella fuck out there.
Yeah?
Me.
Yeah, now she want mother the year.
Every time that the grill fucking grilling. Every time that burger make, every time hot dog make, every time fucking barra fry, every time fucking anything going out there, he gets something for fucking yum. As good of a meal as blood clots, chew conch, turtle, all kind of fucking thing the man eat out there, out of my blood clot hands. You hear me tell you? So when you're going to talk about how I going on this way over food, I'm not going on over the food and I going over the principle.
Really?
The principle of the situation.
So what's the principle of the situation?
The same little black girl that you always insulting. For you to steal food from the little black girl. Eh? For a big man to call children names.
What names? What did he call the children? It went from the little girl. No, notice again, folks. Y'all need to pay attention now. Y'all in class. I expect good grades from y'all. Okay? You notice when people lie, they can't even keep the story consistent. Cameron talking about Miss Sandy, need to top up my cider. You hear what she said? She went from saying he was picking on the little girl, singular, about her tone, the skin tone, which they're all the same skin tone, by the way. They look y'all not no darker than nobody else in the family. Then listen to what she said now. She switched it up to say children in the plural, as though he messing with more than one child. That's because the whole story is fucking fabricated and it is a lie. These are the subtle things, classy, that you look for when you're looking for a mentirosa. And she, my friends, is una mentirosa. She is a liar. And she's showing her hands and not even got enough sense to know she's showing her hands because she thinks she's so bright. Let's continue to listen.
I am by no means saying that what I did was right. What I am saying is don't fuck with my children. No kind of how. And a blood clot thing where I lay down on my back and push out my puss hole. No fuck with it. This man get he little fucking government money. Or every fucking government paid it, this man collecting his money. You understand? It's not my responsibility to tell you to save at least a $10 or $25 out of your $12.50 a month. For you to be able to buy something for fucking eat when your belly start to rile up when you charge up off your 345. You don't pay no rent, you don't pay no light, you don't pay no fucking water. So how hard is it for you to fucking go and buy a patty or a fucking hot dog or a fucking bun or a fucking chips or some biscuit or some fucking tea that costs $1 in the blood clot gas station? How hard is it? How hard is it for you to even ask?
So,
and before the videos,
the person who claims that she always be giving this man food and even give him the good stuff, he even get conch and turtle, right? It seems like the two of them are BFFs, and she always feeding him and always giving him a belly full. All of a sudden now you asking him why he didn't ask? But hold on, girl. Toria, didn't you just say that you're such a wonderful person that you're always feeding this homeless man? So you out there with all this food and your children sitting down eating in front of this man? You know how much he paying for his rent? You know how much he getting from NAU? You know all the man business. Talking about his hungry belly. So you must know he's sitting there hungry, right? Since you're such a good person and you always feeding him, why was this occasion different? If you want us to believe this storyline that, like I said, this BS that you're selling, how can you be feeding the man all the time and know all his business, what he doing from what he not doing, and then you got to turn around and say, why he taking food off your daughter's plate? What happened that time? You didn't offer him on this occasion. By the way, this is not the first time you beat the man up, so you need to shut your fucking mouth. But really and truly, the question remains, Mr. Raymond, I'm still on air. I'm not finished.
Okay, we can't pick you up.
No, it's on live stream, Facebook and YouTube.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So the question then is, what changed on this occasion why you wasn't feeding the man? Because again, if we're trying to follow the logic of your story, which it ain't logical, it don't make no sense. How this story really go? So you decide not to feed him this time, and all of a sudden he gonna steal from you? He gonna steal food?
Started, mind you, now before the video started, then the bitch nigga that videoed the incident, what he should have done, because he was there from the time it started, what he should have done was video it from the very beginning when I was dealing with fucking Clifford in a cordial manner. When I went to the man after my daughter told me that she think that he took her stuff, the man that troubles me, mommy, I think he took some of my stuff off the table.
So, excuse me. Now you're telling us that you beat a man for over 6 minutes because your daughter says she thinks that something happened? You don't even know for sure? Girl, you better go sit your ass down for real. You're not helping your case. But you know what? Let's allow her to keep digging herself, because you know what they say, the more you dig, the more the shit stinks. And that's what she's doing. She's digging herself into one big hole, but let her continue.
The same exact words come out my daughter's mouth.
Right. And those words are not a reason for you to go beat an old man. She said she thinks. Huh? You know how easy children can get confused and think something? He walked by and she thinks something gone missing. No, Toria, you need help. And it's not Jesus you need.
I went to Clifford and I asked Clifford, you trouble the children, things that on the table. Clifford brushed me off. Mind you, now, he got something on his shirt, now, but I given him the benefit of the doubt. I asked Clifford, did you move the stuff down on the table for my children?
What stuff?
Clifford brushed me off and tell me he don't know nothing about no fucking food or no nothing. When he put his hand back down on his shirt, I hear the plastic crackling. Sure enough, I lift up the fucking shirt and sure enough, the fucking snacks is underneath there. So I go now, I proceed to take the snacks from the man.
What happened to all the
man
big
is
time
attempting
food
to
be
fight
cooking?
me back for the snacks and join them back to him. Why the fuck are you fighting me for the little black girl fucking snacks that you have a problem with? With your little racist self.
Lord have mercy.
Even after that, I beg and I plead, just leave the fucking beach. Because you know how you know how hurt that made me feel?
So
to know that how much times I out there and we have cook up and thing. Anytime we have little function, little Easter birthday, you understand? Or even a long, almost every fucking long holiday, every long weekend, we have something out there, and every fucking time that food cooking out there.
So why you couldn't give me a bag of chips this night then? Why would the man, you see, this whole story don't make no sense. You know, Romeo says Sandy's in the wrong profession. You should be at the bar by now. So let me reason with you now, right? Someone who you feeds all the time. Let's listen carefully to what she's trying to tell us. Someone who you feed all the time is now out there, and he's going to feel the need to steal food from your children. If you feed him all the time and you have that kind of relationship with Mr. Clifford, wouldn't common sense dictate, okay, that he is going to say to you, Toria, I'm hungry, now give me the food? Because you and him have that kind of relationship. He wouldn't have to steal from you if you claim you always got his back and you always feeding him. Toria, the story got too many holes in it. It got more holes than the drainer. It don't make no sense. And somebody just said they don't believe that because Mr. Clifford got black grandchildren himself. Well, that don't necessarily mean he not prejudiced, because some of y'all blacker than black and still prejudiced. But again, there's too much of her story that just not adding up. You know, I've been around some of these guys. Yes, they're alcoholics. They have an addiction problem. They hang around begging. And if they know you want to give them a little something, even if it's food, they're going to beg you. They are not going to steal it from you like that. By all accounts, Mr. Clifford is a harmless man. So I not buying this store, but he steals something, put it underneath his shirt, and then you can pull the shirt and see it crackling. Girl, please. I don't believe you. Clifford would have just said, Toria, I hungry. And you always give me stew conch and Cayman style beef and hot dog and all this good food. Give me one little bag of chips, nah? Let's continue to listen to her lies.
It ain't no question asked. You don't have to come and ask for nothing. As fuck up as he is, and as fuck up as I know how he stay, I still go and I share food and I get a little fucking hungry bella fucker.
Really?
Because yes, at the end of the day, it's food. And it's something essential. So when I don't want to talk about, oh, I should have just given him the food. Obviously, he's hungry. The man getting 12, 15 months when me now blood clot get.
But you don't
and
need
instead
it.
you take your fucking money, go blood clot, buy food for fucking sustain your fucking self when you're drinking.
You don't need it. You're on the street
come and
stealing
teach
from
my
people.
fucking children things.
Handling stolen goods. You're able-bodied. I'm not saying that Mr. Clifford couldn't do better. But really? You worried about any of you?
Why have to fucking work so hard for? Where you can sit down and drink 3, 4, 5 every fucking day.
Wait. Toria got job? Where's she working hard at? Because stealing from other people, which you have done, does not constitute working hard. I mean, let us refresh our memory here for a second and go back in our archives and have a look. How she spell her name? Is it Toria? Hold on, because I know she was on Mall Road for stealing from people. So I'm sorry. What did Toria just say? She worked hard for her things? In which lifestyle, which life would this be? There must have been some past life that she's talking about. Because when I Google her, okay, I see a store that comes up from 2018, duo charge and prospect home burglary. That was Levi Powell and Toria Terry of West Bay, formally charged in relation to Patrick's Avenue burglary. So now you out here talking about you working hard, girl, when you stole items like jewelry, and then you went to the pawn shop, Cash Whiz, and you pawning it to get money. Pawning something that don't belong to you. And then you entered a guilty plea a year later in September. So come now, girlfriend. You ain't get upset when this is your track record. You're not a hardworking mother. You're a thief, and a common one at that. You're going to get upset when a man steals a bag of chips. You better have this make sense, because so far you're not making none. Let's continue to listen.
And do nothing and still collect 12, 15 fucking month. Who you talking to?
Huh?
And I know one named Motisha.
And by the way,
you want post all kind of thing.
All right, girlfriend. I don't know who you're going after. I don't know who the hell Motisha is. But, you know, you're also in court for other stuff now. Let me see if I can pull up what these are for. What's the latest court stuff all about? I mean, you're not really got no room to be talking about this man. You know, I gotta be honest with you. I'm not really sure what the story is here, but boy, I would say the least you say, probably the better. July 2023, you're showing up on the court list. Let's see what this one's for. Let me open it up here. Just a second. Toria Terry. Driving while disqualified, driving without insurance, using a vehicle with expired registration. So you don't keep any of your stuff up with your car. You could kill somebody in the streets of Cayman and not be able to cover that properly, but yet you worried about somebody stealing a bag of chips. Okay, girl. Let me try and finish off my apple cider vinegar, because geez and peace, what you saying makes 0 sense. I mean zero. Zilch. How you say zero in Spanish? Nada. No, sir.
Delete your comment and then one message me now for fucking fake profile about bitch. The bitch is here. Anything where you dep on, I dep on it too.
Yes, well.
Indirects don't get no fucking respect. Come straight to me, little girl. I don't call you out. Come straight to me. And then all the ones behind the little fake profiles, because everybody that have everything to say, and I realize now, and I have 0 followers, and I'm not following nobody, and I'm gonna post now everything blank. Be direct with the shit.
Oh, God.
Ask questions before and fucking assume. And I think that I fucking went on like that because, well, he steal food? No, I went on like that because you're fucking racist towards my children. And you're disrespectful as fuck. You understand? Don't fuck with my children, brother. Point blank, period. I said what I said and I mean what the fuck I say. And like I said already, I not giving myself no right for what I did because things could have gone a lot worse. And I thank God that they didn't. But what I am saying is don't fuck with my children. Anything where I lie down on my back for and push up my pussy soul once again, me not tell you, me not ask Christ, don't fuck with them.
Child, please. That's the easy part. That's the easy part, lying down.
Mutisha, what you need to do? Instead of fucking running around and fucking trying to look jugs from this one and down and down and dogs, instead of fucking licking off your fucking head with cocaine, what you need to do is help find your father, your grandfather a fucking place to live. Help get him the help that he need. So with this fucking, where you got yourself, name something about bad girl all the way or whatever the fuck you want, whatever your handle name, your little fake profile handle, whatever the fuck it is. Don't do that. Don't fucking do that. I just had enough. You understand? I had enough. I really had enough. So, however you want to feel towards me, because I defended my children from a big hard-ass man that knows better and still continues to do the same fucker even after being talked to multiple fucking times. I don't care how you feel.
Well, thank God for that, because we don't feel like you telling the truth.
And I stand by what I say. When it comes to mine, don't fuck with my children.
Well, I hope to God they throw the book at you.
Fuck with my children.
All right.
You can say anything you want to say to me. You can do any blood clot thing you want to do. But you see when it comes to them there, especially the little black one where he hates so much.
They're all black, child. Who white in the family?
Fuck with none of them.
You black, the husband black, all 3 children black, and they all the same complexion of black. I don't even know what that was about. See the children there? All the same complexion. Trust me. I blurred out their face to give them a little chance in life, but geez, I'm peace. Girl, bye. Bye, Toria. You and your hood rat self, please go away. No, sir. Anyway, well, we know that she was arrested over the weekend. She's out on police bail. They need to charge her, and the courts need to throw the book at her. She needs to go to jail. That's where she needs to go. Now, I cannot remember. I'm going to do a little bit of research about her guilty plea in 2022, because I am willing to bet that Toria is still on some sort of probation. And if that is the case, that means that Toria could be going to jail. Yes. So I will be verifying, Detective Sandy here, will be verifying as a matter of public record if Toria is still on probation. Yes. Marshall says she's a tyrant, ghetto, bald-headed monster. Well, if she is on probation, she gonna have a problem, honey, jail. She's going to jail. She's going to jail. Somebody says if you were a prosecutor, I'd pay to come and see you in court, to see you in action. Ooh, honey, child, the court not ready for this. No, sir. Them can't handle it, honey. They can't handle it. Anyhow, okay. All right, let me get my gavel. Hold on 1 second. Anybody believe Toria's story? Anybody by show of hands? Let's see now, class. Y'all been paying attention. Still 475 people. Anyone here believes Toria's story? Anybody? Going once? Going twice? Going thrice? Guilty as charged, Toria. That would be you. You beat the man for no good reason whatsoever. We are not going to believe your cockamamie story about, oh, he's prejudiced towards your little black daughter. The daughter not no blacker than you. She not no blacker than the father, and she not no blacker than her two brothers. Stop your foolishness. The race card will not work on us, honey child, because we are black people. Okay? So we don't believe you. We're not buying it. Even the white people messaging me in the comments that we're not buying it either. Guilty as charged, Toria. Get your life together. Stop exposing your children to such nonsense and such violence, and try and give them a fighting chance. See if they can't come out one smidgen better than you. And I don't care how you like it or don't like it. It is what it is. All right, Class A. Everybody good? Not a single person said they believe you, Toria. I feel sorry for you. Anywho, y'all have a fantastic day. We're going to be back. Actually, I'm going to play a video. Hold on now. Hold on. Don't y'all go nowhere. I need to play a little video from my friends over at... no, you know what? I'm going to save that till tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wednesday. I think that's going to be my last day for the week because early afternoon on Thursday, I'm traveling. So I was kind of thinking maybe do half a show, but I'll probably take the full day off. Al Ebank says, I like two sides of a story. Well, you heard her side, and her side got too many holes in it. I don't believe it. You heard her side. I should go find this old man down Bordentown, interview him, and see what he would have to say about Toria. Now, where the sus would be then? Is he out on the beach yet this morning? You might get three sides, Al, if you're not careful. Anywho, folks, again, her story is more than wanting. Y'all have a pleasant afternoon. It's almost afternoon. And we'll see you guys tomorrow morning.
Thank you for tuning in to another episode of The Cold Hard Truth on Bobo 89.1 FM. Cayman's #1 talk show is live weekdays from 7:30 a.m. Never miss an episode again. Watch anytime on CMR's Facebook and YouTube channels for the latest show episodes. Don't forget to follow us online on our social media channels. And visit CaymanMarlRoad.com for all the latest news and community happenings.